Thank you very much for your patience, everybody. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. I hope you're doing well this evening or whatever time of day it may be. Okay, so we are going to have a open Zoom panel chat call-in show, and if you'd like to join us, there's information in the description tab available. All that we ask is you get voice verified through one of the mods in the Discord server. Excuse me. And you, all the information's in the description tab of this video to make things easier. Okay, so I want to just thank really quickly Enemy of 322 for his 5 New Zealand dollars super chat. Critical hit. I like that one, man. Thanks so much, brother. Greatly appreciate it. Okay, so let's jump right into this. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We got 6 people on the panel tonight. And again, if anyone else wants to join, more than welcome. If you're already voice, you know, just so everyone knows, if you're already voice verified, it's all good. It's just that we had problems in the past, and I know it's annoying for the bulk of everyone here, but a few bad actors can cause issues. So yeah, let's just dive right into this here. Okay, there we go. All right. Welcome, panel. It's good to have you. I want to welcome Jimmy, good friend of the channel, and helps do a lot with during the live streams and behind the scenes, and can't thank him enough. Always great to have you here, brother.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Thanks, brother. Okay, and then we have Aphrodactyl is new. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Is that how you pronounce it?
There we go. Okay. Yeah, a pterodactyl.
A pterodactyl. Okay.
No one ever gets it right. It's all good.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me participate in this. I look forward to it.
Great to have you with us. Thank you. And Mary, welcome. Good to see you again. How are you tonight?
Hey, Mark. I'm doing great. I didn't mean to be, I think, on the panel. I don't have any wisdom to share. I just wanted to listen to everybody, but I'll hang out. I have nothing important to tell anybody, though, but thanks for letting me join.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, I mean, even, I don't know if you have any experiences or anything that's happened. I mean, it's kind of just like an open book discussion. So even things about your journey of truth, I mean, anything and anything, if you'd like to join us, of course, it's up to you. And Deanna, great to see you, sister. How you doing tonight?
What up? How's it going? What's up?
Chilling. Always good to see you.
Good to be here. I'm sure we'll talk about some fun stuff tonight.
Damn right. And Susan, welcome to the show. I believe it's your first time, right?
Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody. Yeah, first time on the panel. I've got no idea what I'm doing. So you can probably tell from my accent that I'm in Australia. and very excited. I've been spending the last few months going through all of your videos, Mark. It's been eye-opening. And I just finished reading a book that you recommended, Free the Soul, I think. From Yves.
Book to Free the Soul, yep.
Yeah. I just this morning, finished reading that. Wow. So I'm not sure, a little bit like Mary, I'm not sure that I've got any wisdom to share, but I feel like my head's exploding from all of the information, and I'm really looking forward to learning more. I've been doing a lot of the William Buhlman's. I'm trying to do out-of-body experiences. I haven't got there yet. I'm doing the practices every day. So I look forward to being able to perhaps one day say, I've done it, I've finally reached it. But yeah, I'm so appreciative, Mark, for all of the work that you do. This to me is probably the most important work. I've actually started during meditations. I've been a meditator for a long time. I've actually started to think I finally realise I understand why I'm here. Like, this is my work now, is to help people not have to come back and go through this shit show again.
100%. Seriously, that's just great to hear. And that's really what I just keep trying to push to everybody. It's like, I mean, once you see it, and everything just fits so perfectly. And there's some anomalies here, there's some weird crap here and there, but for the most part, it fits like a glove. And sharing the information far and wide is really, it's a moral and ethical thing. It really is, because it's just not being talked about. I mean, very little, it's very like a whisper out there. And I really hope that people who pick up on the information and kind of see what to look for, and then spend some time in it, and go and look at Wayne Bush and Dan at Overwatch, or Wayne Bush from trickedbythelight.com, and Dan from Overwatch Project or Overwatch Channel, depending on what platform you're on, and spread the word. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit on the soul trap out there, but it's all about all the alien stuff. And I mean, obviously, we can call whatever's interfering with us aliens, whatever we want to call it. I like to call them parasites, interdimensional entities, whatever. But it's not these space alien things and all these narratives that are being pushed out there by these other people that you cannot verify. They're just saying it. They're saying, hey, here's the information, and you're supposed to trust me. When all of the information is readily available through experiencers. That's all. It's all there. It's all there. And then you have your life experience, you have your surroundings, your existence, the Earth's history, the makeup of the human body. I mean, on and on and on. I mean, all of the evidence points towards, we're all being messed with hardcore.
Yeah, I think your word parasitical is what really stands out for me. And yeah, as for Wayne Bush and Dan from Overlander, again, through you, I have been watching and listening to everything that they share as well. Wayne, a Tricked by the Light website is phenomenal. I mean, I'm still delving into that. But it's interesting because about sharing the information is really critical. I agree. I've been a follower. I've been following David Icke for what feels like centuries, but a long time. But Mark Passio has been a real inspiration to me. Do you know Mark Passio?
Yeah, familiar with him.
Yeah. So Mark is exceptionally passionate in all of his podcasts and his teachings. But Mark said something recently, actually only last week, I think, in one of his get-togethers about how disappointed he is. So Mark's coming at everything basically from natural law and obviously occulted information.
Sure.
But how he says, about fake ass New Agers, that he's been doing the work for 15 years and he doesn't see that the world's any better. In fact, he sees it as worse, which I tend to agree from a spiritual point of view. And he's so cross that people just aren't doing the work. So, he's got a lot of followers, as does Ike and, even Jordan Maxwell. So many people talk about them, but people actually like yourself and Wayne and Dan and, Mark and David and all the rest of them actually doing the work and spreading the word, because a lot of people haven't got any clue about what's going on. And as was I. I mean, I knew a lot about I know a lot about natural law. I know a lot about, I've been on the planet for nearly 60 years now, so I've got a fair idea of, what my experiences have been. But it just dawned on me the other day listening to Mark. I thought teaching people about natural law is one thing, but that's this realm, this physical realm. Yep. To me, the most important thing is that we learn what to do when we leave it.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm so great. I can't tell you how grateful I am. I'm probably preaching to the converted here, but my whole point of view now is putting together all of this information that I'm getting and me sharing as much as I can. Perhaps, obviously, I'll never be able to be, share the way you do, because you've got a lot of information ahead of me.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Hey, as long as we're all doing it something, a little something.
Yeah, just even, and it's so true, Mark. Even I've said to quite a few people now, just in conversation, just gently saying, all the nonsense that's been going on, particularly for the last 2 years or so. And I say to people, I wouldn't be worrying too much about the effects of the, in the arm.
Yeah.
I would be more concerned about what's going to happen when you actually die.
100%.
And the look on people's face is unbelievable. What do you mean? What do you mean when I die? Well, do you want to come back and do it all again? So, yeah, that'll do. I'll stop talking now. But I'm just so grateful, Mark. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you. And that's cool that you plant the seed. That's all you can do. You plant the seed and, spread a couple links, make a couple blog posts, videos, memes, whatever the hell it takes to get people thinking. And we'll leave that part of the chat alone. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice to hear, bigger voices out there talking about this and spreading the word. And I agree with what you said, Susan, about Mark. It's attempted solutions for within the system, which, when we really boil it all down, is a distraction. But, I plowed through a lot of his content many years ago, and it helped. It was informative and it was part of my journey. But then when you strip all the old stuff that you learn away and you boil it all down, it's all about what do you do when you leave here? What's going on when you leave here? So, all right. So I just wanted to move on to Mary, Party of One. I know you were trying to, I feel bad. You signed up for the membership last month, and we for some reason YouTube wouldn't set it up, and it was during the stream. I'm sorry I wasn't able to solve that and help you then, but I'm glad to have you with us today. So how are you?
No, actually, so what had happened was you have a level 1 member, a level 2, and a level 3. But then when you were talking about the monthly like members meeting or whatever. That's why I definitely wanted to participate in that. But I didn't realize that I had only signed up for level 1. And so I was like, oh, I got to be level 2, because I think it was like the next day. Mm. And it wasn't your fault at all. It was YouTube would not let me upgrade my membership, and I couldn't figure out why. But then I was like, well, maybe it's because I'm trying to do it like that same day. So I just had to wait until the next day. Okay. So it was no big deal. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. It was not your fault at all. And I'm super happy to be a member, because you are the truthiest truth I've ever found.
Thank you. Yeah, just trying to do what we can. I appreciate that. So Mary, like, you want to tell us maybe a little bit about your journey, or like how everything came, like what got you to this point, like how many years you've been taking a look at things, and any weird things happen throughout your life that made you question things a bit?
I found your channel. I was one of the people that came over from the Eric Dubay. I've been awake, I had my spiritual awakening when I was like, wait, what's going on, for like 3.5 years. And I don't really want to get into my whole journey right now, because
no worries.
I was, one of the people just walking around. I've always questioned the nature of our reality, always, my entire life. But it wasn't until I had the awakening and went, wait, whoa, okay. And then I started looking into everything. So I've spent 3.5 years and doing nothing but looking at truth. Like, even though I recently retired, but before I retired, if I wasn't working or sleeping, I was looking at truth. And, nice. I started out with the new age stuff, and then I got scared that it was all of Satan and the devil. So that scared me back into Christianity. Oh. And then I was like, oh no, Jesus, it's all about Jesus. But even then I just knew deep down in my soul that I still had questions about that. And so that was only a couple months that I was back to Jesus or whatever. And then
those traps are there, sorry to interrupt, but like those traps are there, like for people to fall into the new age. And then there's all the counter new age stuff to send people back to Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and they'll get you, because you wouldn't believe how many videos there are out there on YouTube of just Christians just telling you how this is all satanic and I bought into it, and I was like, oh, and because I've always just been, I think from day one, my biggest fear is going to hell. That's always been my biggest fear, until I realized, oh shit, wait, I think I am in hell. But and then I've been through a lot of the same information that you've been looking at your lifetime of research, but I did it all very condensed into 3.5 years. And I just can't tell you how grateful I am that I did find your channel, because man, things are really, really, really starting to make sense. Like, all the puzzle pieces are fitting together. Now I'm like, this is just a game. This is like a video game. Yeah. That's what's going on, I think, but learning everything from you guys. But yeah, so the reason I didn't want to get too much into it is because I'm still processing. Like, I've only been looking at your stuff for a month, and I'm still just trying to process it all. I mean, I've been looking at nothing else but, this information and Wayne's information and similar information, but I think I'm still just trying to process it and tie it all together. That's why I feel like I don't have any wisdom to share with other people.
Sure.
And then the whole out of body astral travel, like, I've never done that. I've never had any experience like that, but man, that is definitely my goal. And I would love to hear like other people, like I think Conscious Soul has had a lot of out of body experiences. So I just want to hear like everything they have to say about that.
Yeah. Conscious Soul is great. Be nice to have them on. And it's, I mean, I went through all sorts of crazy phases with this information, like extreme anger, like depression, it was like the stages of grief. It's literally like the stages of grief. And you go through these stages, these steps. And then eventually, like, what really helped me kind of get over that hump was like my already pre-existing meditation practice, the kind of like it is what it is attitude, but it's kind of like any other truth you realize as you go out throughout your journey, like these paradigm shifting moments. It's like, whoa, like I've been lied to that much, and then it's like, whoa, I've been lied to that much, and then it grows and it grows. You keep getting multiple hits of paradigm shifts as you go along, and then, you know, the soul trap is no different, except it's kind of like the final blow. But you come out the other end, and I mean, the overarching and positive message that, you know, has to always be mentioned over and over and over and over again, because I know people come here at all different times, and everyone's in different journeys with the information, different mindsets, you know, keeping, you know, as mentally centered as possible is, it can be difficult, but it's you kind of have to do it because you don't want to let the system win, right? I mean, you don't want to feed it what it wants. But at the same time, you know, you have to have your time to process the information. You have to go through those stages and come out the other end okay. And that overarching positive message is still always going to be there. Sovereignty, liberation, over and over and over. And that's why I think really kind of understanding the mechanics of all of this stuff is crucial. Like getting to a point where you have seen enough, you've gone through enough NDE'S or enough of my videos or enough of Wayne's site or enough of Dan's videos, you know, the interviews with Wayne here, all these different things. And you kind of come out the other and you say, okay, I see it. I know it's happening. You know, and then what happens is you kind of flip over to that like firm inner knowing. And I think that firm inner knowing is really important because it drives the day-to-day of life going forward, so that you're in that sovereign and liberated mindset. So that's really what I want to put out there for those that may be struggling with the information. You know, I've gotten some messages recently, and, you know, my heart goes out to you, but just hang in there. You know, I think we all gotta stick with it and give ourselves the best opportunity possible for when natural death occurs. So that's my you know, thoughts on it, firm beliefs and thoughts on it. And I know Dan at Overwatch Project agrees with me, and I know Wayne agrees with me at Tricked by the Light. We're all in agreement that it can't hurt to really take advantage of as much time as possible to maximize success. So
I'm glad you said that, because I think I told you this the other night, and I'm not going to say the words. It's a bad word, but for anyone struggling out there, trust me, I have struggled with depression and, you know, wanting to unalive myself my whole life. I'm 50 years old now. And yeah, when I first, I mean, I was really, really in a dark place before I came across this information lots of times and just didn't want to be here. And then even after a few weeks ago, I got the information, I was like, I really, really don't want to be here. But yeah, man, you just got to hang on, because I've kind of taken that outlook now where I'm like, no, you know what? I'm not going to take myself out. I'm going to stick around, and I'm going to make sure that I learn every single thing that I can to make sure that I can have a much better chance of not being tricked again.
Yeah. I mean, you
just come back and do it all over again, and probably even in even worse, conditions than, like, if I came back into I hate my life. I've hated everything about it, but man, compared to a lot of other situations I could have been involved in or been born into. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Could be a lot worse. So anyone struggling out there, just know that you're not alone. There's a lot of us struggling.
Yeah.
But we're here for each other.
That's right. Thank you, Mary. That was really
thank
nice. Okay. Okay, Pterodactyl. I want to welcome you. Anything you'd like to add or share about your journey?
Yeah, hi. I'm just here. My son just arrived from a play date from the apartment upstairs, so I was just talking to him. But
you want a few more minutes? I can.
Yeah, if you can pass on me for
yeah.
now, and I'll just go to the next person, and then I'll be more than happy to share and talk. I got lots to say.
Great. I'll circle back to you. No problem.
Okay,
Take
thanks.
as much time as you need. Okay. D. Hello, D. Good to see you.
Hey.
Hey.
Good to see you too.
How you doing tonight?
I posted, I posted a video this morning. I just, how you just come across this stuff on YouTube. And that was the first time I had heard about a shared, I don't know, what do you call it? Shared NDE?
Yeah, shared death experience. Yeah.
Yeah, that, that you had referred to Mary. And it was a man who had to himself, and I guess a number of shared, and I think he's a therapist. And I just thought, of course, he was, they look at going to the light as a good thing, but some of the things he said in there were really interesting. And he had his first one when he was, I think he was 17, 19. Trying to think if it was a ski trip. I can't remember, but he said when he was there, he suddenly realized he'd done this thousands of times. But he wanted to go back at that stage. And then he mentioned that with the shared one, that there would always be a guy that, excuse me, he called him like the conductor. So it was like this guy just took immediate control of, when someone came over, and, he gave different instances. I just found it kind of interesting.
Oh, that's an interesting. The name is the conductor.
Yeah, that's what he called the guy.
Damn.
And this guy's written books, and that's Sue's. Oh, I don't know. One of those mediums was interviewing him, Suzanne, someone.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I posted
I know who you're
it in the
talking
general
about.
chat
Yeah.
at 8:59 this morning. I'd be curious if you ever had time to listen to it.
Yeah, sure.
See what you think.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely check it out. Yeah, the shared death experiences are really, really interesting. And, I'm sure many of you out there already know Mary, who was supposed to come on the show today, will be coming next Saturday. And that link is available if you want to set a reminder in the home screen. And we are going to be talking about it a lot.
Cool.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So what else going on? Do you anything? Oh.
No, just kind of, working day to day. This is on my mind a lot, of course.
Yeah.
How can it not be? It's such a crazy world we live in. So appreciate all the work that you do, and
Sure.
Being able to look at it, review it, and talk with you guys about it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to have the connection between us all, and yeah, we gotta talk about it. And like Dee's saying, it's it's on your mind a lot. As much as I try to just always keep moving forward, like it's never gonna leave my mind.
I know. I know. To be, I don't know, like you're saying, not be tricked.
Yeah. All right.
So we don't really have any nothing more to add at this point. It's just I'd be curious after you watch that one to see if you had any extra thoughts on it.
Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's see. Deanna, what's that?
What's up? Yeah, I love what you guys were saying about the importance of riding it out, right? Like there is a waking up to this stuff is a very dark experience. Mm-hmm. And it's like it is like the stages of grief, and and you don't just go through them and like, you graduate. It's like grief, real grief. Like you're going to be in some part of it, I think, probably all the time. And what do we do with that information? And like, I can say for me, I've been grappling with this since 2019, late 2018, early 2019. And I honestly didn't think, there was really anywhere else to go. Like I felt like I knew what I needed to know, and I probably wouldn't know more, and how wrong that was, right? Like even up to a couple months ago. I can't believe how much in the last week I've learned. So if you get through it, just like we have to get through any grief, and then you really do capitalize on what you can get out of this experience while you're here, and how it's amazing how much you'll continue to change your consciousness about it. For example, let's say I said, okay, 2 months ago, I know everything I need to know. I'm ready to go, right? Like what I know today, just in 2 months, is so different than what I even would have thought then. And it's an access to personal power. It's a choice to make this life about something, however much time I have left, right? Because it's easy to think, oh, I'll just imagine what I think it might be like when I pass and what I'll do. But if we don't actually create those skills now while we're alive, that's the gift that we have in this, that nobody else who isn't awake, they don't have it. And that's what we can do, is what skills will I need at that moment? And how do I make my life a preparation for that moment? And how do I empower the people around me as well? If, even if they're not awake, how can I leave a legacy that will be beneficial to them? Does that make sense? So,
oh no, that was absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's where I'm at with it. And it's transforming my life very, very quickly to think about it that way. Mm-hmm. I have to say it's very empowering, and it's very personal. Mm-hmm. So everybody's journey like that would be so different. And I feel like, Mark, when you had talked about like the importance of tuning out the matrix as much as you get, like laugh at it, mm-hmm. I really took that to heart. And honestly, good. I don't watch any YouTube anymore, like except this group, and like maybe one or two other people from time to time, but that's it. And I've really just focused on tuning it all out and going like, why do they have this madness around us all the time? There's something we have access to they don't want us to find out about. Yeah. What is that?
Yep. I mean,
right?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I was standing in my kitchen a couple hours ago and thinking about how they have such an amazing upper hand over us. It's mm-hmm. not even funny, because when you think about, first off, the memory wipe, the limitations, just the limitations of the human body itself and the human experience and the visual spectrum and all this other crap, the inability to really pierce the veil, thoroughly, and regularly and feel comfortable about it and you're, with everything. I mean, that's how this whole place is set up. I mean, I was sitting in the kitchen. I was like, I mean, imagine harnessing that much power, and then you have the power to cast all these spirits and souls down into these meat suits and have the control while you're here on top of it, and like you're so veiled and it's just, it's crazy. And it just, you know, just sitting there thinking about it, like it's just the amount of power they yield is ridiculous. And then I'm saying to myself, and yet everyone just blindly wants to believe that everything in NDE'S are on the up and up, and that everything else, all these spiritual modalities that are all over the world are on the up and up, and that they all make sense. All this worship to this, worship to that, all these deities, God, whatever. So, and we're just, you know, people just want to blindly trust it. I mean, I mean, we're all living proof. This entire realm is living proof that we've been set up. We've been set up.
Oh yeah, very much. And just those quotes in the Truman Show that we were looking at last night, man, because he says it. If people want to accept what they're told, they're given this framework and they just accept it. And that's the failing of humanity, really, that we do seem to be in an avatar that is set up for slavery, for sure.
Yeah. 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 They accept the reality that's given to them. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then he pierces through, you know, prevails through all that madness. And what does it show at the end? Like, you know, he's so persistent and continues like asking questions and demanding to be like let out. And the realm is throwing anything and everything it can at Truman, until they can't do anymore. Until he reaches the fake skyline, the fake clouds with the boat, goes through it and goes up the stairs. And then there's that one last moment where Christoph from the moon, mind you, who just, who's trying to give him like that one last convincing. And Truman's like, fuck you.
Totally. And what happened at first when we first started being like, wait, I got questions. They started making mistakes. And I think that's what happens to us too. Yes. I think it's a very good mirror, right? Like once you start waking up and you start acting outside your script or whatever was hoped for you, you'll see mistakes. You'll see mistakes in reality, and that this is not what we think it is. Just like that.
Yeah, like just thinking of like one of the mistakes in the movie was, the elevator. The elevator opens. It's like a set behind him.
He's like, wait. Why are they eating food back there? What the fuck was that?
I mean, that movie, I know I've talked about it in the past, but like, I mean, I think about like, I used to go to a decent amount of movies when I was, younger, but I mean, I saw that movie in the theater and it just felt like I connected with it so much, and I had no clue why. No clue why. And then,
you weren't awake yet when you first saw it?
Oh, hell no. I was in high school. I was fast asleep. And and then it's like many years later, it's like, oh, connect. And then even, with the, before the Soul Trap thing, I must have watched it like 3-4 more times. And then like, oh, I love it. God, it represents everything so well. But, you don't piece it really together until, at least I didn't, until I got to where I am with the Soul Trap stuff. So
so many movies are like that. Like the Never Ending Story when we were kids.
Yep.
When I saw that again as an adult, I was telling my kids, you guys got to see this movie, Never Ending Story. It's so great. I loved it when I was a kid. And as I'm watching it again, and I wasn't even awake to where I am now. I need to watch it again. Mm-hmm. But my jaw was just dropping, especially when that scene with the dark, the nothing, or that wolf who talks about the nothing, taking over everything. Do you remember that part?
Oh yeah. It was a big film when I was a kid too.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. That was really, yeah, it was a lot of stuff going on in that one. But I'm wondering if that was more, there's a lot of new age messages in that one.
Yeah.
Like the make a wish and you can have whatever you want, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean that whole movie hit me, and then I see Enemy of 322 mentioning Sausage Party. I mean, that stupid fucking movie, a ridiculous movie, and it shows it. It shows it. I mean, Enemy says right here. He says Sausage Party is about humans being food items and expecting to go to the great beyond, which they depict as the white light, but instead get eaten as food. And then, I mean, and it's the most ridiculous movie, but it's the symbology and it is absurd. And then what's really funny is the great beyond is mentioned in Soul years later, well, when it came out a couple years ago, and nobody knows what's going on in the great beyond. But the only clue we get is as they're going up the escalator in the beginning of the film, right after as Joe's going through his NDE, you hear the zapping sound, like flies to a light, a bug zapper. And then we know about the memory wipe being part of it there. I mean, it's just, they tell us. They tell us.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, which is, I think, and have we talked about this? Probably we've referred to it before. I feel like that's part of the danger in the "we are all one" deception. Like, if then you won't think anything of just joining with something that looks light, and it's just what if it's just consuming you? Yeah, that's so creepy. But
it's so creepy.
We got to think about.
Yeah, merge with source and. Yeah. I mean, all that stuff is just, we are one. Yeah. Like, ugh. Disgusting.
I better not be one with this shit. I'm telling you that right now.
Hell no. We are one is such bullshit. I don't really buy into that stuff at all. I mean, maybe there is, if we really want to reach, if, and this is the biggest if on ever, is that if there is this one true creator that kind of roots back to everything, then we could be loosely connected through that, like in theory, but it doesn't need us to be hightailing it up its ass when we leave here. I mean, come on.
I know, if it's a good parent, like any good healthy parent, it wanted you to go. Yeah. It did not want you to come back.
It's clearly an absentee father or an absentee. I mean, clearly, just existence here proves that. I mean, it's an absentee landlord, whatever you want to call it. I mean, Christ.
Yeah.
It's already failed in its parental duty, so it can go pound sand as far as I'm concerned.
It really can. Yeah. Thanks for the life, buddy.
Alrighty, so that was good. Anything else you want to add really quickly? And
no, I think that's that. I've just been really having fun with the whole going inside process and really tuning the world out. And of course, it's been a process over the last few years of, because when you wake up to this stuff, you start pairing friendships, you start looking at everything very differently. Your values kind of totally turn, at least mine did. And so I was set up already in a good position to kind of just shut up the world and and just see what I want to go and see what it is that they've created this whole matrix to distract us from.
I know.
Even if it's just a little bit of quiet, fine, I'll take it. But I have a feeling there's something more there.
Yeah. 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 I think really just to drive the point home of what you just said, it's so important to not feed this system, not consume the bullshit. I mean, I literally have no clue what is going on with Ukraine. No clue. And I don't care.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry people are suffering, but what the hell can I do about it? The system wants me to.
I want you to suffer too.
Yeah.
About the thought of it.
Feel bad. I remember when the Iraq and Afghanistan wars were going, I was pissed. I was, Mr. Peace this, Mr. Peace that, revenge for the assholes that bombed our, whatever happened. We all know that everything that rooted from that is, whatever. But, yeah, I mean, but that, I was young and dumb. And now, you just look back and you say, these little pieces of shit have had free space in my head for decades. And it feels so damn good not to give it to them now.
Well, and I think when you hit that point, there's a point at which I think you really do glean everything you really kind of need to have had your gnosis. And once, and then you can go, there's endless shills out there. There are 1,000 disinformants to capture up the people who are so close or to send them down another rabbit hole. Religious programming is so big. If you still have it, and if you really, really are attached to believing in that idea of that good God source in the sky, you're going to be vulnerable to certain psyops, and they're out there everywhere. So it's knowing that stuff, really, really rooting out your own beliefs is so huge. What do I believe? That's how I did it. I realized that my beliefs weren't panning out. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Do I really believe that I have these guides out here looking out for me, looking around the corner, like they say? Because I was very New Age belief heavy at the time. And I thought, well, you know what? If I do, they should be freaking fired.
Yeah,
and so,
yeah.
Right. And so I thought,
fire their asses.
yeah. They suck. Okay. So I sat down, and it was sad, and it was hard, and it was so painful. And I wrote down, I just said, okay, what's the next belief? What do I believe? And these beliefs were like warm blankets that got me through the hard earth days. And it was my copium, and I had to let it go. And it was a lot of tears and sadness to do so. But what I noticed was that my beliefs were one logic leap away from dismantling. And that was very concerning to wake. When you first get your mind back after all this mind control we've been under, it's hard. It's scary to think, oh my God, I believe that.
Yeah.
Oh man. So you have to go through so much to get to this place. I understand why a lot of people can't do it.
Yeah.
But once you hit that point where you know what you need to know, you've rooted out your beliefs, you feel solid. At least for me, I knew I hit that point of saturation, and it was not helpful to go any further. It was stressful, chaotic. I didn't need any more answers from anybody else. Now it was just time to get my strength together, myself together. I don't need any more information. I need it to come from the in out now instead of the out in. Yeah. So I know that that's different for everybody, but I certainly knew when I hit that point.
Yeah. That's awesome to hear. It really is. Kind of like, it's like the battered wife syndrome, the Stockholm syndrome, just like when you realize and you kind of get away from your abuser.
Yeah.
Like how great it feels. And it's like, there's like that period in between where you're still kind of flirting with maybe you check out a little news thing here, or, maybe I'll peek at this over here, and then it's like, no.
No, don't do it.
It's trying to suck us back in.
Just try to, yeah. When you've got friends and you've got family members who are still really sucked into the matrix, and they're not going to understand. So you kind of have to pretend like you know what they're talking about sometimes. Like, yeah, it's a weird place to be. It's a very independent, like, yeah, you have to really get solid with being your own guide. And that's huge, right? Because we got to do that now in the body. Don't think you're going to just die and do it if you didn't develop that skill now. To go against the grain, to do what nobody else is doing, to follow your own voice. That's exactly what you're going to have to do the moment you die. So
it's got to be
flexible.
Yeah, got to be tip-top shape and ready to go.
Yeah, that's a hell of a time. It's kind of like my old economics professor used to say, that women had not, for the women of marriages where they did not manage the finances, they often outlived their husbands. And he would say 80 is a hell of a time to start figuring out financial planning or what your financial situation is. Well, the same is true for us. The moment of death is a hell of a time to develop our own independence and strength, right? Like if we haven't done it by then, we've taken a big risk.
Yeah, done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, most likely done. I mean, maybe not in all cases, but in many, like a very high percentage, probably like the 99 percentile.
Yeah, well, it's like what Dan said in the last call. I really liked this, especially because it is not a skill set I have. When he talked about having what was it, situational awareness?
Yes,
kind of like military people would have or whatever. I am completely oblivious. Like, honestly, it's probably a bummer for reality because it probably tries to do stuff that I am like, don't even see. But that is definitely a skill. He has a very good point. We need to develop that now. Like, okay, where am I? Who's around me? Where am I going? What do I see? Just even if we did that, just stop, look, notice what's around me. Where am I? Am I awake? Am I asleep? How do I know? Right? That kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, how could you? It's almost impossible to know when you're inside this reality. And that's how good it is. That's how, perfected this crazy place is. Nuts. Anyways, so what I'm gonna do is thank you, Dana, for coming on. I appreciate it. And always good to have you. And okay, so what we're gonna do is we're right at the hour mark. We'll take a 5-minute break, and hopefully that'll give Pterodactyl enough time to come on and talk with us. So if it's an issue, just feel free. I'll be ready in 5. All right, that works out good. Okay, so I'm going to be taking exactly a 5-minute break now, and then we'll get to him. So everyone hang in there for a minute. If anyone else would like to come on, just check the description tab of the video here, and there is kind of like a step-by-step thing on how to go about it, and we'd love to have you. So thank you so much. See you in a minute. Thank you, panel. Everyone could stay muted during the break. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. The YouTube elevator music. Alrighty. So we're coming back, my friends. Okay. Alrighty. So thank you for your patience. Very much appreciated. We're going to get right back into it. So I would like to welcome Pterodactyl to the show. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for letting me participate once again.
No, thank you for joining us. So you okay now?
Yeah, I just had to help my son go to bed.
That's important. That's important.
First of all, I found your channel last week. It was posted in a Reddit subreddit that's called Escaping Prison Planet. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Yeah, well, let's give them a shout out. I mean, they're doing some great stuff over there. I meant to mention them before, so yeah, it's good to mention that. Maybe we could pop up a link for that too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I watched the interview that you did with that British fellow. I don't know what his actual name was. If it was Oakley or Opal, I couldn't.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah. Oakley. Yeah.
Oakley. Yeah. And yeah, it was a great interview, and it's great that that people are really pushing the boundaries on digging deep into whatever the nature of our existence and our reality is. And along those lines, I guess I'll just speak briefly about, some personal experiences, I guess, that I've
Great.
had.
Yeah. Take as much time as you need.
So, yeah, I mean, I was born, I was, I guess, blessed with a, high intelligence and a very good, economic situation as far as my parents were concerned. So I had a very, top level education, was in the gifted programs. But, I was kind of, I was totally ensconced in the, in the matrix, so to speak, just wanted to make money and enjoy life. And then at some point I decided, I don't want to just make money. I'm going to be an artist. I'm going to be a filmmaker. And I had an interesting experience when I was 17 years old, where I had I don't know, it wasn't a dream, but it was like I was asleep, and then I kind of like became conscious or lucid during this experience, and I was literally flung off the planet. I don't know. I was just like yanked off planet Earth. I don't know how to explain it. And I literally flew through time and space and galaxies and whatever until I arrived to like a singularity or whatever. And I kind of had that experience, and I realized that there was way more to reality or existence than anything I'd previously, imagined. And
so what do you think something like led up to that moment? Did it feel like something led up to that moment?
No, nothing particularly that I can recall.
Okay.
Because I wasn't, particularly religious. I did dabble with, going to, my family is Jewish. So I did, dabble with going to, synagogue, and, went to Sunday school a few times to do the bar mitzvah, to learn a little bit. And so I knew, but there was nothing previous to that. No drug use, for example, no psychedelic use.
Any trauma around that time?
Trauma? No.
Okay.
Outside of, no, I didn't have any trauma related experience. I know now in this process, I've met so many people who were like, yeah, man, I was abused when I was a kid, or my parents were Freemasons, or I don't have memories of when I was a child, all the real dark shit. So, but I didn't have any of those experiences, fortunately. But I mean, I did have the trauma of just, being really smart, I guess, and too smart for my own good, I guess. And, and not really, and being a little bit, I don't know, I wouldn't use the word autistic, but, kind of the, not very self-aware of how the way I spoke or interacted with other people maybe came off as arrogant or self-centered.
Sure.
It's like, oh, people will like you because you're smart. No, people don't like people who make them, look, foolish. So people don't really like that. Yeah. But, I learned that lesson eventually, and everything worked out for the better. But I've digressed a little bit. But yeah, I had that experience anyway. And I was like, wow, everything, it's just this, I felt this like feeling of like, a lot of people talk, in the new cage movement, which is now the way I refer to it, this feeling of oneness and everything is great and everything is, fantastic. But still, just having an experience like that is like, if everything is as bad as it seems, it's like, why would we be allowed to have an experience like that in the first place? Is the question I ask myself. And lots of people have had like near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences and all these other, phenomenon that kind of, pierce the veil, so to speak, of our reality. So the first thing I ask myself is, why are we allowed to have these experiences? Why are we allowed to get a glimpse? Because if it was really like this, prison, the inescapable prison that we can't get out of, or hell or whatever, concept you want to put on it, I mean, if I designed a prison, I wouldn't allow people to, have those experiences.
Sure.
So it's just, something I throw out there.
I think the reason is they can't necessarily always fully contain it either. That's kind of my thought on it. Or like what seems to be the case in many people is that those extremely formative experiences, like an out-of-body experience, NDE, whatever you want to say, help shape them in a certain direction for most of their lives. And a lot of times it has religious connotations and, you know, some sort of matrix pull to it, some sort of deception linked to it that carries itself back here after the experience ends. But that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I've heard positive and negative things. So, you know, for many people after having those experiences, usually they, you know, the changes they make to their life or the realizations that they have are usually for the better.
Yeah.
You know, it's usually a positive experience and leads to, you know, a more, I don't know, just a different way of looking at life that's not so negative, so to speak. So I don't know. I'm just kind of throwing that out there.
Oh, sure.
But
yeah, and that's true. A lot of it is for the positive. Yeah. You know, and usually they kind of go through this phase in the beginning, at least NDE'S go through like this phase of depression, regret for not staying back there or whatever. But then like they can, you know, change their lives for the better, and also help change other people's lives for the better, in all sorts of different ways. So, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. So anyway, I'm just going to fast forward. I started my career. I met my future ex-wife, had a son, had some success, had some failure. And then, you know, at some point, you know, I was just kind of, you know, going down all the conspiracy rabbit holes because, you know, I have that splinter in my mind, that insatiable curiosity, that just drive to try and find out as much as I can. And kind of like the critical moment, at least in my life, was what happened in 2016 with the WikiLeaks and the revelation of the Pizzagate emails. And going down that rabbit hole that's when you know, I saw the darkness, the real true darkness that you don't believe, that's very difficult to believe that it exists if you're not, you know, clued into it, or I don't know, maybe other people because of their religious upbringings or maybe their Christian background, but I didn't have that. So just learning about that and learning that, you know, maybe literally all our leaders in, you know, Hollywood and all this, they're just completely ensconced in this, and they really believe it. You know, they believe in evil, and they follow evil. And it was weird because at the same time, I also started getting all these synchronicities, and I got, you know, from things from the positive, and it was just like, you know, read the Gospel of Thomas, read the Bhagavad Gita, read all these things, you know, all these, you know, spiritual texts, you know, religious texts, but, you know, there's something there, you know.
Absolutely.
Whether we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that all these, you know, religious and, you know, spiritual, metaphysical books and essays and all these things are deceptions. I don't think we should do that.
No, there's truth in all sorts of different things out there. I mean, you know, it's crazy. I mean, yeah. I mean, I know, at least for me personally, I'm not going to rant too much, but I mean, I would never have gotten where I am without going through a lot of those ancient scripts and textbooks and all those different things, like, because it kind of helps cement the worldview of what is here or what has potentially happened. And then, like, there's like always this running theme in the background that seems to be there of control. So,
right. And, you know, and then finally I started getting messages sent to me on Reddit, and I was like, are these, bots, or am I being gang stalked, or what's going on? But it was weird because they were like sending me messages to like, like they were literally saying like, we're trying to trigger you, or like, and it was just so weird. But then at the same time, I got messages like, just a random message like, why don't you listen to Mozart at 432 hertz? I was like, okay, all right, I guess I'll try that.
Yeah.
And then the same day, I'm talking to a friend, and my friend just out of the blue, he just says like the strangest thing to me. It's just like, hey, do you think you can find me in your dream? I'm like, what does that mean? What do you mean find me in your dream? But then I kind of like put two and two together. And it's like, okay, so yeah, maybe they're messing with me, but then why am I also getting this, this weird coincidence or synchronicity of my friend, saying something, that's related to this message that I received. So I went ahead and I did that. And lo and behold, I fell asleep, listening to I typed in Mozart 432 hertz in YouTube, and there was a YouTube video called Mozart 432 hertz. And I became lucid during the dream. And what happened was my brain started vibrating. And the whole brain, it just started vibrating. And I don't know if that's, related to, what people call astral projection, because I don't know if what happened is astral projection. Because I don't.
It could usually be like the beginning phases of leaving your body, like your brain, your body kind of starts vibrating.
Yeah, but it wasn't my whole body. It was just my brain.
Okay.
It just came to life, and it was like, and it was very intense. And then a voice came through. It wasn't me. It wasn't. Obviously, it was external to me. It had nothing to do with me, nothing I could ever have imagined. And it came in, it sounded kind of like a AM radio almost. And then the voice just simply said, "This is your channel." And then I woke up. And well, to make a long story short, I everything seemed to be like a synchronicity. Like everything was just, I don't know how to explain it. It was just lined up. It's just everything I looked at was like, oh, that's symbolic. Oh, this is a synchronicity. Or everything. It was like the whole reality. It was like kind of like when Neo starts seeing the code in the Matrix or whatever. It was like that was like kind of like how I felt. It was like everything seemed deliberate. There didn't seem anything random at all. And then I was like, what's going to happen now? And I couldn't really keep it together. And at the end, I just ended up telling a family friend, look, I don't feel well. Just, I think I need to go to the hospital or something. So I ended up, checking into the hospital for a couple of weeks, and they put me on a bunch of meds or whatever. And then, I kind of, calmed down for a couple of years.
So did you kind of like have like a freak out moment because you were overwhelmed with everything that occurred?
Well, yeah, I was overwhelmed, and I started having like this whole like, apocalyptic thing because Trump had just won the presidency. And I was like, kind of like, Trump wasn't supposed to win the presidency. And I thought like they were going to, whoever like these evil people were like going to like trigger some sort of, horrible, world ending or society altering event. And kind of like the fear and the paranoia of that, just overwhelmed me.
I gotcha. I mean, it's, everybody has their moments in life, and yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. But anyway, I had that experience and life went on, but I kept, I didn't give up. I kept researching like this whole like feeling like I'm in like the Matrix and seeing code, that kind of like went away. But, I went and did ayahuasca, and strangely enough, I went to the ayahuasca thing, and literally nothing happened to me at all. I didn't even throw up. I took an extra cup, and nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
and I was like very disappointed. I was like, oh, I thought I was gonna, go meet the entities or whatever, or something, crazy was gonna happen. But no, nothing happened.
Did you go? Where did you go?
No, it was just a retreat that was like
Peru or
no, not Peru, but a year later I did go to Peru again, and I did ayahuasca again in Peru with a shaman, and same thing.
nothing.
Nothing happened.
I've talked with a few people who've said this before, and it seems like there's this inability to, like, something with like the makeup of the individual that doesn't allow them to, like, you can give them loads and loads and loads of ayahuasca, DMT, and all that, and it just doesn't touch them, or it can get to them, but they need like a much higher dose than the normal. I know one of the members here on the channel, Lindley, he experienced that. He went there and it was very, very, very minor. So it could have to do with the biological makeup of your body. I don't really know. So
I don't know. Look, nothing happened, but the shaman did tell me that like it purified me, and that there was like a lot of negative energy there. So I did start, I started coming out of like this funk and this depression that I was in. And then, coincidentally or not, someone referred me to this person who's called like a theta healer or whatever. I guess apparently they put you into like a theta brain state, and then they heal you. So I went to this lady, and basically what she did was, kind of put me in a trance. And then she just said, look, we're going to revoke all your contracts, all your, any spirit, soul contracts, whatever you have, revoke them. And she said a whole bunch of things, and I repeated them. I said, I revoke this, I revoke that. I'm free, I'm sovereign, I'm whatever, not bound. So after I did that, I started feeling even better. I started cleaning up, my diet. I started weaning myself off all these meds that I was on. And I started having like these synchronicities, again, and things started picking up.
Started opening up. Yeah.
And there's a lot of these like disclosures on online. I don't know if you've read any of them, like the hidden hand disclosure, or there's other, I forgot the names of them, or the Rothschild disclosure. I don't know if you've
I've seen both those. Yeah.
So anyway, I stumbled or not, upon the Rothschild disclosure, and that was the one I found like the most interesting, because it kind of like gave like a framework of like, if there were these like evil people who were aligned with entities or whatever, this prison or hyper, it kind of explained like what the reasoning is for what they were doing. So, which was basically, it amounted to is like, we're not our consciousness. What we actually are is our bloodline, and we're trying to preserve our bloodline like for as long as possible to return to source. That's kind of like the super abbreviated version of what I got out of it. And basically like they need us, they're like parasites, they need us to survive. They have to keep us, imprisoned, and, so they can eventually somehow transmit their bloodline, I guess, for eternity until they reach the source. I don't know how they intend to accomplish that, but
like, yeah, no, like, I mean, at least personally, like I remember going through that stuff, and kind of like there's a bunch that resonates, but when you kind of look back on it all, it seems like if it came from the sources that they claim, then it seems like part of the scam for those levels of people, right? I mean, because the Matrix itself needs its overlords, needs its parasites, and it doesn't want those parasites to figure out the name of the game. And so it has to obviously keep its top actors who continually incarnate in the physical under an illusion, under, some sort of spell that, they have to do this, they have to do that, in order to control the world, or in order, in this case, in order to survive the bloodline, whatever the case may be. So it kind of feels like a top echelon manipulation tactic that is out there. And I think they just kind of continually cycle all this bull for everybody. So
yeah, but then again, my question is if that's the case, then why is it even necessary to put material out like that in the first place? That's kind of like the question I ask myself, is like, why not just not say anything about it and keep it a secret? Why is this so-called revelation of the method that these occultists, seem to use over and over and over again until now in 2022, they just literally, it's like, hey guys, this is exactly what we're doing. We're going to, enslave you in a few years. We're going to take away your free will. We're going to genetically modify you, and you're going to be in prison, physically for forever.
No, that's a great question. Like, I've battled with that question many times, and, call it like a lame ending, but I kind of reached a point that this reality, either it's one of two things, either the reality or something obviously we couldn't even fathom, but I personally think it's one of two things. It's like either the reality itself has to give clues, has to give itself away and explain things for those who are receptive. But for those who aren't receptive, for those who aren't seeking, and there aren't many, then it doesn't mean anything. I mean, they could come out tomorrow and funnel out all these mega truths, and it really is not going to matter, because the bulk of people out there are not going to think twice about it. They could go out and say, expose the biggest conspiracies of all time, and with a straight face, and do it in front of the White House lawn. And people are just going to be like, and then they say, oh yeah, we joked about it. But, they'll give it away in like the White House press room or something. I mean, they could do anything they want. And most people will just be like, oh, no. I believe in daddy government, or I believe in this, I believe in that. I mean, most people, for the amount of truth they give away in movies and TV, most people don't even bat an eye. But, people who can see through it, like us, understand that, they're telling a much, much bigger story. I look at them, and I just look at a group of entities that just have no fear at all about the things that they put out, because they know that they've had you brainwashed, or had the bulk of the population brainwashed most of their lives from cradle to grave. So at least that's my opinion on it. I don't know.
I mean, I meditate on this, and it just, to me, I feel that something else is happening. I feel like they're daring us, they're daring us. It's like, okay, you guys are awake. Are you going to do something about it?
Yeah, it's almost like a sadistic thing, because I still think that they just deep down inside know that, or it's like some grand test. Like, we have all these devices, we have all these things, everyone's connected, and that, they could basically take polls in some database in wherever, some intelligence agency, and I'm sure they do this all the time with almost anything to gauge, the populace and know where the people's heads are at. Like, how far are they likely to swing this way or that way? Or, like, are they buying into this bullshit more than this other bullshit? And back and forth and back and forth and everything in between. And maybe just part of the rules of coming here in the first place could be that there has to be clues given for those who are capable of seeing it. That's another thing. I don't know.
Right. But that, that's a corollary, because a lot of the things, like, for example, that I read on like Escaping Prison Planet or other, people say, oh, well, there's no lessons, and this and that. But it doesn't seem that way to me, because I mean, even technically there's no lessons. There's still a lesson, because the lesson is, if it's a prison and you need to escape, and they're giving you the keys to escape, then the lesson is to, that's the lesson. Yeah. Isn't it?
The only lesson to really learn here is that you need to, escape and assert your sovereignty, and liberation at the time of natural death. So, yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's in my opinion.
That's a simple way of putting it. But maybe it's not that simple. I mean, maybe conceptually it's that simple, but maybe like what you have to do in order to gain the keys is I was saying that, that someone that I respect who does a lot of, coaching and esoteric work is, that the only way out is through. And I don't know if maybe Jung said that too, or I don't know, but, I don't think running away from the battle and not engaging, I could be wrong. It's my opinion, but I don't think that's the answer here. I just don't. It doesn't seem to be the way.
You mean ignoring the reality? Is that what you're saying, or when you are escape wise?
Yeah, escape wise.
You mean, so you're talking about basically kind of going along with it?
No, I'm not talking about going.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm mixing it up.
I'm not talking about going along with it. Not quite the contrary. I'm talking about, confronting it.
Okay.
But not with like desperation, but just, with all the knowledge that we've, people like us have managed to pull together, and it's like, well, we know how they operate. We know their playbook, we know their plans. I mean, if you know everything that your enemy is going to do, then you should be able to figure out a way how to defeat them.
Yeah. See, I mean, the whole battle thing.
Right. No, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I could be wrong. Maybe it's the Buddhist way. Maybe it's you detach from all desire, even, to, and you just, you end up desireless, and then you don't return, obviously that maybe that's the way also. But then you read like something like there's this book, the Bhagavad Gita. And like I said, it's a religious text, but I think there's like they describe different forms of yoga, which is achieving, escape or union or moksha or whatever, that's what they call it conceptually.
Sure.
And there's different ways, there's the way of knowledge, there's the way of action, there's the way of devotion. And then there's I forgot the fourth way, which I just think is just meditation and contemplation, or just really, like more like the Buddhist way. But the trick, like for example, with in the Bhagavad Gita, there's this guy Arjuna, and he's in the battlefield, and he's lamenting because he's like, I don't want to fight, I don't want to kill people. Killing people's horrible. I'm fighting my own family, and Krishna says to him, yeah, but don't worry about it. This is just what you have to do. And it's, don't worry about, if you win or lose or anything. It's just, it's about the doing the right thing anyway, no matter what. That's kind of like the lesson there.
Sure. Oh, I mean, doing the right thing either way is, for at least oneself and their loved ones, within reason is always important. I look at it this way. I'll let someone else kind of handle destroying this place or attempting to take it down or whatever. I mean, you look at kind of like you brought up Hinduism, Buddhism, Gnosticism, all these things that kind of hover around questioning this reality and what to do when you leave it, or preparations to leave it. And I mean, the way I kind of look at it is it's not my problem to fight for it. For me personally, like, it just kind of is what it is. And if something had already, if all these texts have been out there for, from what we're supposed to gather, 1,000, 2,000 or more years, then, how has someone else not figured it out? Well, if it's still running to this day, we've got some semblance of a historical narrative and timeline, no matter how messed up it could be, then, clearly others have failed.
Yeah, but you're falling into a trap there. I'm going to tell you what the trap is.
Sure.
You're talking about time. You're talking about history.
Good point. Yeah.
And as if there was an order to this thing, and you delve into that, you delve into quantum physics, on the material side of things, or on the metaphysical side of things, you have these phenomenons like all these synchronicities, and then you have the Mandela effect. And I've seen incontrovertible proof that the Mandela effect is 100% real. That means that there's retrocausality. There's, people retain the memories. So the consciousness, which I assume is, somewhat separate from whatever our physical reality is, retains the memory, but the physical reality, or the whatever was in the past, because it's not in the present, if we're talking about time, is different.
Mm-hmm. Can I just ask though, like, do you want to roll the dice though?
What do you mean by roll the dice?
Do you want to roll the dice and think that you might, like, that we may be able to save this place or heal it or destroy it? Or, the way I see it is it's not my problem. Well, it's hard. That's hard, but that's how I feel.
think the clue is if it was not possible, then why are they trying so hard to control us? Why are they trying so hard to keep us down if there was never a possibility that could happen in the first place? The only reason I could think of is that they're just sadistic and they take pleasure in it. But that's kind of that's kind of a weak explanation. I can't, unless you can come up with something better. Go ahead. No, if you have a
that's kind of how I've looked at it, and from that perspective too. And of course, it's completely a possibility. The other thing is that this, and I hate mentioning this, but it has to be said, that this whole thing is a game. That we all did come in here purposely to lose ourselves, because we are like these, eternal beings. And, we wanted to feel like what it was like to not be eternal and to not have all of those memories.
Right. No, and I got that because I didn't get to the other experiences that I had later, but basically, as I started going down, going back down, these, more conspiracy rabbit holes and like the Rothschild disclosure, whatever, I started to have these brain experiences again, where my brain would vibrate. But first it was like there was like a training session. I don't know how I could explain it, where at first I had I would have dreams within dreams, and I would wake up in the dream and I knew I was dreaming. And it was like the same place where I was actually, it was like my bedroom, but it was just kind of like a off reality version of my bedroom, for example. Mm-hmm. And then they were just, I felt like a prompt. It was like, create a Tyrannosaurus Rex, for example. And so I concentrated and I made a Tyrannosaurus Rex appear. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I was like, oh, how about you make make a beautiful woman? I was like, oh, there's a beautiful woman. Fantastic. So I did that. And then after I did that, the brain vibration happened again. And I was shown, it was again, this was different because when that happens, whatever happens next feels like completely external to me.
Sure.
And I was just shown my iPhone appeared in my, in my vision. And then there was on the screen, it was like, there was like a blackout or whatever. And people were like, kind of like walking out of like their buildings. Like everyone was very confused. And I almost lost it again there. I was like, oh no, not this again. I'm not going to, some other apocalyptic thing is going to happen, but I didn't engage with it that time.
Good. Good.
And so the next day, same thing, because I would, I was go to take my kid to school, and what I would do is I would just kind of sleep in the car because he's only in preschool. So we'd only go till 12 o'clock, and it wasn't worth it for me to drive back home to pick him up, and, because of traffic or whatever. So I would just stay there. And then the same thing, I kind of fell asleep, went into like this trance, and then it happened again the very next day. And this time, again, the iPhone, I don't know why an iPhone, but an iPhone appeared again in kind of my vision, and with the numbers 1111. And I really, until that time, I wasn't really aware of that, number or that synchronicity. So I was like, whoa, why am I seeing this number? And then all of a sudden I felt like I felt that I was like outside of my body. I felt like I was like floating above my car, but everything seemed like pixelated. It felt like computer generated, people talk about the Matrix. That's how it felt. It felt like that. And I started talking, and I could hear my voice like in the distance, like kind of garbled, like electronically garbled. And I was like, where am I? What's going on? And then I kind of, fell back into my body and woke up. So, yeah. And then afterwards, I Google 1111. I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, this is the thing, apparently lots of people see this number, has lots of, connotations or whatever, but like the consensus is that it's like some sort of awakening code, right?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of went through the whole number thing too, and the repetitive numbers and all this stuff. And after a while, and all the wild synchronicities, and after a while, I felt like there was a mixture of assistance on my path, but I also felt like the bulk of it was distractions. Some person interpreting what one number means doesn't necessarily mean what it interprets for another. And, they have all these things like angel numbers and this and that.
Yeah.
And they just, I see all these repeating numbers for years, every day. It's almost not a day goes by where I don't experience those things. And most of the time they mean nothing. Most of the time they mean absolutely nothing. So, but as you're going through, at least for me, as I was going through the awakening process, they had meaning then. But when you're going through like the dark night of the soul or bliss experiences or kind of starting to question this reality, then it just seems to be like almost like a calling card that these synchronicities appear and the symbolism appears and all sorts of things kind of come to either help you or hurt you. And I really feel that if a person isn't grounded in that sovereignty or that path to gnosis and wisdom and not wanting to answer to anything, then they can easily get sucked into those things. Because I mean, we could just do a search on 1111 or 222 or 333 and all these different numbers and what they mean and what their symbolism is and how they relate to the whole everyone's lives, and we could just kind of have all different types of interpretations or similar ones because they've just been repeated for year after year after year. And it doesn't necessarily mean, at least for me, it didn't. I found, looking back, that even though they were extremely pivotal in my journey, they also kind of mostly meant nothing. I mean, but some of them were really profound too. So it seems like the system here kind of mixes things up. And then once we know, like, we're in this illusionary system, then, and that something else is at the switch, I mean, that could just be a standard operating program that's running here. And it could also have a little bit of interference being run on it by outside forces that may want to be helping us. Personally, I don't know how to feel about that, but I mean, I felt like there was a little bit of assistance and a little bit of a push along my path. I mean, the biggest question I have is, how much of it, or was any of it, actually outside forces who had my best interest at heart, or was it me all along? Was it my true spirit essence that's being contained somewhere outside of this meat suit, but still within the realm, and it kind of drips a little bit here and there, kind of piercing through the veil and saying, hey, asshole, wake up. Do this. Like, this is your sign. So who's to say where those messages came from? I do feel thoroughly with deep inside me, I feel that there was some outside help. But at the same time, I also don't know for sure that that's what was happening. Because part of me feels it was me. Maybe it was part of me kind of just, throwing my hands up and saying, enough with this damn reality. Enough. Like, you've been here many times, and you keep now you're asking in this lifetime more than you were in the previous lifetime. So, push. But it was my persistence within the body that got my spirit to kind of give that push. Or it's a combination of the both. Or, I don't know.
Yeah, but those are excellent questions or lines of thought that I think that you should be, or that we all should be exploring, because I don't think any of us would have, or at least from what you've said and from what I've experienced, we wouldn't have gotten to the point where we are without these things happening. So
yeah, the little things add up. So it has to be taken into account. And then, like I said, if you look at the inverse, if you see, quote unquote, the enemy or the adversary or whatever it is that wants to keep us imprisoned here, for them, numerology and gematria and linguistics and all these things are, a big deal for them. Their whole system, revolves around that. But I mean, like, isn't that just kind of code at the end of the day? Like some sort of code that just spits itself out to us, you know, in certain moments, and then some of it
No,
has to do with life script, obviously, or sure.
Well, I don't know, because I mean, if you look at it like if you assume time is, you know, a thing or a linear, then, you know, then yeah, it's kind of is a script, because then no matter all the line or chain of choices and decisions that you make in every, you know, instant, and then yet at the crucial moment, or at these moments, you know, the synchronicities or the numbers, you know, they pop up, and then like I said, you see how the events are programmed, like the dates, you know, with, you know, like 9/11, for example, or, you know, now they did the Ukraine war on 2/22 or whatever. And then Joe Biden comes out exactly and does the press conference at 2/22. And like those, I mean, they're just impossible, you know, coincidences. So they're not coincidences. They're just not, you know, statistically it's impossible. So
well, yeah, no, they line up the whole gematria thing, and they play things out, as you know, through astrology all the time. Yeah, that's kind of like their playbook, because they know the functions of this reality, and they use it to their advantage to garner power, keep power. They're given power through certain modalities or birthrights. I mean, I seriously think, I mean, like, just, you know, I fell into Tibetan Buddhism for a little while, and I think about how, you know, regardless of the truth of it all, but the reason why I feel it has like some standing is because of how all of these other deaths line up with gematria, you know, births and deaths, and you know, their sign astrologically. All these things kind of point towards, like, I could just envision some little creep out there who's part of the system, like running around, like, okay, you know, at this date and time, and these coordinates that are lined up with these stars and these quote unquote planets, and the moon and the sun, and all this crap. They set it up. They know that someone is going to arrive and be born in a certain area in a certain time that will be beneficial to them. And so they likely, in my opinion, yank. I mean, this is far out there, but they probably yank that child away because they know it will be beneficial to them, because everything is kind of geared around that. And, you know, the births, the deaths, the news articles, all this stuff, just, it's way too perfect, way too set up to not have some sort of benefit to the overall system that's running behind it.
Yeah.
And they know it.
But I think you might be closer to the mark on what you were saying, you know, about, you know, when you felt like you were being communicated to from your higher self, or from like whatever your essence is outside of, you know, this, you know, reality. And also kind of like what, I forgot who was talking about the movie, The Truman Show, you know, that kind of, you know, it kind of shows the artificialness of everything. But the thing is if you're aware of it, well, that means that, you know, that it comes back to the question now of free will. It's like, what is free will? How much free will do we actually have? And I think those are kind of like another, you know, the questions we really need to be asking is like, how aware are we really? You know, how much is programming? How much is our own awareness? And just be merciless in that, you know, in that self-examination.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
That's a big one. I mean, the whole free will thing, I kind of went back and forth between it being bullshit And then I was like, no, it can't be. But you know, I when I was kind of in the bullshit arena, it the reason I felt that was because of outside influences. And then the more you think about it, and the more you think about like the whole structure of this place, it begs the question, you know, again, we don't have home field advantage here. We are playing an away game on their field, and they can rig the game however they want. We're playing with inside their structures. By having the body that we do, this Mitsu, we're playing with their terms. We have the disadvantage in every single way possible. So, like, I know I have free will, but it's, you know, it's like the most ridiculous thing to say, but it's limited free will. It's free will with limitations, because, you know, I can't, you know, bust through my window right now and fly away. Okay, I can't. Like, I'm limited to this Mitsu. We all are. But I can ask questions that go outside the narrative of which I'm supposed to follow. I can, you know, ask questions about all different types of things. And that's where I see the free will is, because it's garnering this, you know, this huge secret behind it. The reality that either is supposed to be found, or it has to be found to those who seek, or whatever it is. And then some people are able to get out of body easier than others, and some people cannot. And then there's all this interference in between if you do get out most of the time. I mean, there's 1,000 different questions, but I do know, and you know, I haven't gotten out of body as much as many other people who are in the chat right now, but I've gotten out enough to know that we are way more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. And like, one of the big things for me is like, there's most of the time I am trying to leave my body, especially within the last few years. Anytime I am purposely trying to get out of my body, there's some creepy ass entity at the end of my bed. There's some sort of situation that kind of, like, I'll get out of my body just a little bit, and then it'll kind of like throw a wrench in it. It'll be there, and like it'll be just enough in that very moment, like where I'm just getting out of my body, where I'll be kind of startled enough, or like, or I'm not given enough opportunity to neutralize the moment, and I'll just fly back into my body. It's frustrating, and I know I kind of said a lot there, but the point is the whole free will thing. It's a tough position to go over, because I went back and forth with it, but then I realized, yeah, no, I have free will, but it's within the confines of the away field. You know, they're stacking the deck. You know, they're deflating the football. They're deflating the basketball. You know, you know, they've got some sort of magnetic trigger, you know, on the ball or in the goal, and they hit it when they're going for the goal to make it easier for them to score. And we're playing at a disadvantage. So that's my whole opinion on it.
Yeah, well, we are now. I mean, if we feel disempowered, then yeah, I mean, that's already, already having that mindset is
Not healthy.
It's not exactly. It's not healthy. Like, I don't know. We've already been talking for a long time, and there's a lot of, just, other things, but, just kind of like, for example, I had the experience of, like, I tried to just escape at one point. Like, I was just like, and before I did that, one of the last, like, kind of, communications I received, because the communication, this was different than like a out of body experience or those brain vibrations that I was describing to you prior. But this was more just like, I would go to sleep, and I would just, like, there would just be like a phrase or a word that would stick with me. And one of them was, if you want to, for me, it was like, if you want to get out of here, it's just like, take care of your family. That's all you have to do. Don't overthink it. Don't overstress this, just be a good father, be a good husband,
It's important.
But I did overthink it, and I did overstress. I was like, no, I got to try and manifest some sort of scenario to save the world, because I have to save the world, obviously. Like, who's, but then I tried to do that, and I was like, well, how do I stop all this? This was before COVID. I was like, how do I stop all this crazy shit from happening? Because from what I understood, what they were going to do, it was the whole transhumanist thing. I was already onto that. I was like, okay, so that's what they're going to do. That's the plan. So how do you stop that? I was like, well, I was programmed by, like, all this, like, new age crap about, like, a solar flash, for example.
Yeah, the solar, yeah.
I was
they
like,
got it all lined up.
I was like, oh, okay, that's what we need. We need a solar flash. That's what I want to happen. And, I like prayed to God. I was like, please give us a solar flash, because that'll fry all the electronics, and then, that'll stop transhumanism. But I didn't really think it through, it's like, because you fry all the electronics, but then billions of people would die. I didn't think through the negative consequences of that.
Sure.
But then, so I did that, and then I looked up at the sun, and in my mind, it felt brighter, it felt whiter. I was like, oh shit, what if I actually made that happen? I regret everything. I shouldn't have done that. And then the weirdest thing happened. It was like, I started smelling sulfur, and it was like, no, you know exactly what's going on, don't you? It's like, you thought it was going to be that easy, to just save the world or fix things. It's like, no, exactly where you are. You're in hell. Do you understand? Like, that's what's going on. That's the reality. Yeah. And I could smell it. I could smell it. And I almost lost it. Mm-hmm. And then, and then later I had, the brain vibration again. And that was one of the last ones I had. No. And the words popped up, and it said, there are two words. It was eternity and devil. And I was like, wait a second. So I didn't know how to interpret that. But then after that, I saw, I don't know what it is exactly what I saw, but there were these creatures, or I don't know. I'm not, because it was like black and white and gray. It was color. But it still felt like garbled and kind of electronic and matrixy, Mm-hmm. But I felt, what happened was, I felt like they grabbed onto my heart, and like I felt like my heart was in like a vice, and it was
Yikes.
just pure panic and terror and anxiety. And then, for a long while after that, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't dream. I couldn't, I never had heart problems before, or panic attacks before in my life. But then after that, it was like, I was like, I see what they did. They implanted that into my mind or into my heart or whatever. They implanted physically like this, like trauma into me. If that makes any sense. But I brought it upon myself.
Makes perfect sense. Well, you brought it upon yourself with coming here. Like I think we all did. And then of course, a bunch of decisions that are made along with it, but
yeah.
Don't shit on yourself too much.
Yeah, I mean, looking back now, it's just like every time, like I let fear and paranoia and those negative things get the best of me is kind of when I would be opened up to. I opened myself up to this.
Yeah, you open yourself up to outside attacks. Yeah. I mean, anytime. Yeah, I experienced the same thing. A few times where it's just you let your head get the best of you, and then you run with it, and before you know it, you're kind of lost in a matrix vortex of negativity, and outside influences can have their way with you if you're not careful. But that's a deep topic to go into.
Yeah, well, these are the topics that that
it's important.
That I find that are important, or that at least I find interesting. So
sure,
it's glad to be able to to be in a community or talk to someone who wants to talk about these things.
Sure. Yeah, no, there's a lot of us out there who've gone through that type of stuff. And there's still some that do, and who's to say how it plays out day by day, but I mean, I really kind of like what Deanna and I were talking about earlier. I think is really like the biggest driving home point, the most helpful information or approach while we're here is to really, really be strong in our resolve to not fall victim to the outside influence. And, most of it comes from the internet. Most of it comes from the TV. Most of it comes from all these bullshit social media sites and this and that. And, or whatever source it is. But then you also have like a whole nother section of things where, you can be sitting alone and influenced because of overthinking something, and then there's some entity kind of waiting in the wings to take advantage of that. But I've found that those things really are almost bordering on non-existent for quite a while now, because I just don't allow myself to feed this reality anymore. Don't allow anything outside to influence me. The way I see it is, this is kind of going down, Buddhist Boulevard, where, I'm living in the here and now. I'm living in this moment. Whatever's surrounding me, like right now I have, a couple windows, I have a shade, I have a light, I have a desk, I have the computer, I have the microphone, whatever. This is my world right now. Anything outside of this that I'm allowing, like, so if I end this stream right now and I decide to click the news link and go to some mainstream garbage and allow it to impact me and get me sucked into the Ukraine war or whatever it is, well, it has a chance to influence me from an exterior point where I have, with something that I have absolutely nothing to do with. It's not in my world right now. I am never going to be in Ukraine. I'm never going to be in all these places that the news reports. I mean, think about it. All these news reports that we see time and time again.
Yeah.
We have nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree.
Sure.
I'm going to explain to you why. Because I thought that maybe that was the right approach too. But then what happened with COVID and with the pandemic showed me that, and showed everyone really, is that we can't run away from this anymore. They're going to come after us physically. They already have.
What are you going to do? I guess that's the big question. What are you going to do? What can we do?
Well, I think the first thing I would suggest is that we have to take radical self-responsibility for ourselves, at least in our personal sphere, with our family and with our community. And the most basic thing that I try to tell everyone, is as gently as possible, is the first thing you have to take care of is your health. If you're not taking care of, if you can't even take care of your health, then how can you expect to, prepare yourself, mentally, physically, and spiritually for death, if you couldn't even take care of your body while you were alive? And to have to have a clear mind and to be able to meditate and do all these things, you have to have a vessel. You have to have a healthy vessel.
Sure. Right about that. You're right. And that's where I think
and these, maybe people don't want to hear this, but I feel like this is like a safe space to share something like that, directly and just and to the point, not try and with other people say, hey, yeah, maybe you should lose some pounds and try and no. I'm saying to you guys, radical self-responsibility starts with the body. Has to. Can't do anything else if you're not healthy. And that's just the way it is. Yeah. I mean, we're in these meat suits and I don't like, I don't want to, I think, this is where we are. This is where our consciousness, resides, and we have to, there's religions that say our body is a temple. I think we should all be treating it that way. And we know how they're poisoning us. We know what they're doing with the sugar and the glyphosate and the horrible foods that they push on us. But the thing is, at least in the United States, it's still possible to get, healthy alternatives. I mean, you're never going to get 100% healthy because, that's impossible unless, you have your own farm and garden. And that's something to aspire to if you can do it. But for most people, you can't do that yet. So, but there's still a lot of ways to be really healthy.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's important to, trust me, I'm not the pinnacle of health by any means, but I make it a point to get out and walk multiple times a week in nature and, many miles, just kind of getting out there and doing my thing. And nature helps, sun helps. A daily dose of sun goes a long way.
Yeah.
I for years, decades, a couple decades, I deprived myself of appropriate sun, and it helped tremendously. But at the same time, I don't look at on the flip side, I don't look at the body as a temple and as a this and a that. I just kind of go about my day and do my thing. And, I know I'm not in the best shape, but, I eat organic, non-GMO food. Mostly, I'm a vegetarian. I'll eat eggs maybe every other month. But that's my choice. But I get enough nutrition. Personally, I'm not gonna ever switch to the whole vegan lifestyle, but
No, I'm not advocating that.
no, I didn't say you were. Yeah, no, I didn't hear that at all. But but everyone has a right to live how they want. I mean,
they do. I agree. That's the thing is that I think that, but that's one of the concepts is like, and I've kind of run into it a lot. And like, for example, in the Escaping Prison Planet, it's like, people are like, okay, if someone asks, okay, you're free, you escaped Prison Planet and now you're free to do whatever you want. And it's like, well, what would you do? And it's like, well, yeah, well, I basically, it would be like a video game with the cheat codes turned on, and I would do whatever I want. I create whatever I want. And then I was just like, I thought about that for a little bit. I'm like, wasn't that just basically what, do what thou wilt, Aleister Crowley's, Luciferianism? Yeah. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Mm-hmm. And I disagree with that. I think there's a difference between having freedom and having power. I think in order to have freedom, you also need to have responsibility. And I think that might be a lesson that needs to be learned here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have morals and ethics too. You have to actually have those human the real human traits within you of compassion and empathy, and we clearly don't see that in with those that control this whole show, and amongst sadly a number in society too, because everything was I mean, that can lead to a whole nother discussion about how everything's kind of set up perfectly for this hyper materialistic society, with money and keeping up with the Joneses and all that stuff. But again, that's a whole nother conversation. But there are good people out there who have been put through the ringer and believe wholeheartedly in this illusion, but they're just lost. And, I mean, I look at myself, I was once lost. So, it's just not their time to find themselves.
Right. Yeah. But what I'm suggesting, is that, to everyone who's listening, we're far enough that we know enough that we should understand this, it's time to stop, look, I don't want to talk about time, but I feel like whatever's happening now is like I said, you said, well, Ukraine doesn't affect me. Like I said, the pandemic, they came after us. They came after us physically. I had to move countries to avoid, getting jabbed and having my kid get injected and my ex-wife get injected. Thank God, she.
Where did she move from?
I moved from Chile, which is it's kind of like Canada and Australia, but you don't hear about it. It's the same.
I mean, I guess look, that's awesome that you did that for your family, and I tip my hat. I know if I was in the same position, I would probably do the same in a heartbeat. But I mean, if you really look at it, I mean, I'm just asking, looking back on it now, today, do you feel that they held up their end of the bargain, or do you feel that they fell short and it was just all empty threats at the end of the day?
Who had held up their end of the bargain?
The control system. So let's say in Chile, can you go to a store without being checked for a vax passport or whatever?
No, they have full vax passports. They have indoor and outdoor mask mandates. Still, you can't. Okay. If you're a Chilean citizen, you can't leave the country unless you have your passport. I was able to leave because I was an American citizen, and so my son was also an American citizen. Unfortunately, my ex-wife, she took the jabs, but she took the Chinese ones. So I think she dodged the bullet because it's the mRNA ones that appear to be the problematic ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got to be careful about this topic.
All right, I'm not going to talk any more about that. I understand but the only thing I'm going to say is that that there's, yeah, we can keep fighting rear guard actions or running away or avoiding it, but eventually it's on our doorstep already. So, you have to make choices. You have to make decisions. Sure. And not making a decision is also a decision. Mm-hmm. It's also a choice. You just,
I mean,
and eventually,
yeah, sure. It's still a choice, but I mean, I kind of put everything on the table and say, what can you do? Like, you did what was best for you in the moment, in that time, and moved your family and did what was best for you and for them. And again, tip my hat to you. That's awesome. You were able to do that. But I mean, we can get really extreme and say, hey, I live wherever in the world, and I'm not getting jabbed. I may not be able to. Shouldn't even have said that, but I may not be able to, go across the border, and maybe I'm not going to have sufficient paperwork to please the system and leave where I live. But you know what I can do? I could, buy a tent. I could buy solar panels and, heating units, portable AC units, and seeds. And I mean, I know it's extreme, but there are alternatives when it's real. When our back is up against the wall, there are alternatives. They may be difficult to achieve. They may take some time. But as long as they're not coming and knocking on your door and saying, hey, take this, then what do you have to worry about? That's
coming. It's
coming, but it's not here. I mean, we heard
it's going to be here, and pretending it's not gonna make this go away.
So people who are aware have had, I know it sounds heartless, but people who are aware and awake can see that. And they know that depending on where they live and the situation they're involved with, the family that they have around them, or whatever the case may be, that they can make a decision for themselves. It may be extreme, it may be difficult, it may not be easy to achieve, but they can do it. But what they certainly can't do is fight this whole monstrosity of a system. I mean, it's just not possible. This whole thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
Yeah,
but you see, I think you're falling. I just don't think that's the right attitude.
I would agree if I didn't witness the last couple of years, my friend. I mean, I
saw the same thing you did. I saw at least in Chile, for example, I saw 95% of the population fall in line without a whisper of resistance. Supposedly a country, where the year before, there was millions of people manifesting in the street because of, injustices by the government. And then this happened, and then they all fell in line real fast. But at least in the United States and in other countries, there has been, there's been more resistance.
I mean, here in the U.S., there's been barely any. It's kind of pathetic, actually. I mean, I at least personally, like from what I've seen, it's a couple states, a couple, front runners out there pretending to stand up for this and pretending to stand up for that, a couple bullshit, protests here and there, but most of it is nothing. I mean, seriously, if something hasn't happened in the last couple years, then that's all I really need to see. I mean, are we supposed to just like throw ourselves on the front lines and deal with all of this garbage and stand up for something when there's no one backing us up? And then what are we going to do? Are we going to use the communication devices that they give us and communicate together and concoct some big plan to overtake everything? I mean, no, it's just, I try to be, I mean, for me personally, I'm not trying to shit on you. I just try to be realistic about like what I see. And I see a society around the world, it's not just the US, but around the world, completely complacent, that does not care. And so why would I stand up for this whole system if, I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to communicate on our cell phones and just, send messages through Signal, which, they say is encrypted, but we're just going to trust them. We're not going to, what are we going to do? We're going to go picket outside the White House. It's just, I mean, all that's, I mean, really, I mean, the nerve center of opposition would be like social media, internet data centers, newspapers, magazines, mainstream news TV stations. And people don't think like that. They don't think like that.
Well, I don't want to, argue back and forth, but like I said, the only thing I'm going to say is I just think disengaging is, I just don't see how that is conducive to creating the conditions, to transcend or, escape the prison planet. I just don't see how that works, unless you do like the Buddhist approach,
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, no, I respect anyone's opinion on how they approach it. I just feel that, withdraw is from all of these constructs that, we're playing on this away field, and just going about it and doing what we got to do is, caring for our family, caring for us and our immediate surroundings, maybe our neighbors, brothers, sisters, all that stuff, is really what's left. I don't know. Maybe it's just that I've lost hope. But that's just me. So.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's, the demoralization is strong, but the thing that, you say there's no hope, but the thing that does give me hope is that is like I said, is that the measures that they have to take, the increasingly extreme and authoritarian measures that they have to take to keep this thing going, it's a house of cards. It's all lies and deceit and there's literally, you can't get any truth from the media, literally,
or the alternative media.
Well, yeah, because they fall into the traps too,
It's all bullshit.
But there are a few people, and I feel like there are some more people who kind of are seeing kind of like, they at least on the 3D level, the material level or whatever, can see the game and are speaking out about it. So
yeah, no, I mean, that's cool, man. Like, I think it's great because those who kind of wake up to like the base truths of the control system can continue asking questions down the road, and hopefully it'll kind of lead them to question the whole reality in general and fall through the funnel of, or exit the funnel of all the distractions. But yeah. I don't know. I just personally, I'm just done with it. I wish I wasn't, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. Again, yeah, I think we should move on from this one.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's really, like I think it was a great conversation, though. I mean, I really enjoyed going back and forth with it, and it's a deep one, man, and I appreciate it. So,
yeah. Well, just the last thing I'm going to say is, look, we talk about attachments or not having attachments, but I have a son, and I have I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do anything.
Sure.
So that's just where I stand and what I have to do. And like at the same time as, I've already dealt with the possibility, that my ex would go back to Chile and I would lose them. And, and I was mentally prepared for that, but that ended up not happening. So I'm just gonna, keep going.
Brother, I get it. Like if I had children, I would be in that position too. You want what's best for your children, even though I've never had one, but I can imagine the position, and I don't like to put it on the same level, but I've had puppies from birth, and they mean the world to me, and they're still in my life, and I love them, and want them to be safe and everything, and that's always important. But I think a little different for me, but you're kind of in a position where if you have a child where you can kind of spread and explain the truths of this realm and this existence, and or even if it's not the truths, but the questions of this reality to try and get them to get them to see things in a different light than what they may be being taught in school, or however that's going out in your life.
Yeah, that's a battle for sure. But I plant the seeds,
How old? How many do you have? One,
just
two?
One.
Okay.
Just
How
one.
old?
I just turned 8.
Okay. Well, that's a good age. Good age. Do you have any pushback? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, do you have any pushback from your wife?
Not really, because she doesn't, the conversations I have with him are usually just between him and me, and it usually doesn't filter back to her. So,
okay.
But still, I have to be very careful, because I have to kind of, I have to protect his innocence.
Yeah, he's young. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But,
no, yeah, you definitely got to protect them. Yeah, that's it's a fine line to walk, and my heart goes out to you, and anyone out there who's in that position, and we just want what's best for our loved ones, and it's the same thing with any of our family members, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles. You want to be able to talk freely and openly about this place and what you feel about it, or what could be going on here, and the bevy of lies that come with it. But it's not always easy. I mean, I think I'll just kind of like leave this one closing thought that before we take a break, that just stick with it. Keep maybe put things in front of him that trigger him to question things, maybe even things like illusions or deceptions, and say, hey son, can you what's wrong with this?
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, we probably gotta move on, but just like to give, I've had some mind-bending experiences with him that I don't even think he's aware of. But like, for example, just real quick.
Sure.
Like, for example, we're playing at the park and he's playing with this little, 5-year-old kid, and there's like, this cute 5-year-old kid, and seems really smart for his age. And I guess, I don't know, it was me or my son. I was like, how old are you? And he's like, yeah, I'm 5. I was like, oh yeah, you're really mature for your age. He's like, yeah, I'm 5, but actually I'm 3,500 years old, but I'm starting to forget about that. And my jaw just dropped.
What age did that happen?
That just happened a few weeks ago.
And he just, you said he's 8.
No, not my son. This other kid that he was playing with.
The other kid. Okay.
Yeah. No, it wasn't my son.
Wow. That's big. Did your son ever spit out anything, between the time he could speak to recently about maybe, some past life thing? Anything ever come out?
No, nothing there, but he always, he's very like, he loves space and the universe and asking questions about things. And I've kind of, oriented him towards, there's a universe, and the universe is, we're all part of the universe, and, trying to steer him away from like just materiality, so to speak. And he's had like some weird synchronicities too that he's like brought to my attention, that like I never even like, push that on him at all. And he was like kind of just like noticing things like repeating numbers and the bad number for some reason. Like he just asked me, he's like, one day, this was pretty recent, he asked me like, what is 666? I'm like, why are you asking me? He's like, no, it's because I'm looking at this YouTube video and I flipped it said 999 and I flipped it over and it says 666. And I don't know why, but I don't like that number.
Damn, he's like going all inverted on you.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, it's bad luck. That was my answer at the time. But I'm telling you, it's, just to go back to, what we were talking about earlier, is that there's, whatever it is that's going on is, it's spiritual. It is spiritual.
All right, my friends.
It's kind of just, and I think we're whatever it is, this is a spiritual, whatever lessons or whatever experiences we're here to have, it can't all be bad. There has to be a good to this.
I agree. I think I've said this many times that, there's many good-hearted spirits, souls, whatever you want to call them, out there who are around us in our day-to-day life, or we run across randomly and they're just good. They mean well. And they may even question things and all this stuff, but some may be plants, but I think many are truly good. Like I think humanity in and of itself at its core is good. I do. And some people shit on me for saying that, but I do. I think if there wasn't all of these mechanisms in place to control us and walk us in certain directions from cradle to grave, then humanity would mostly be okay. Like it would just it would still have that survival instinct and all of the bullshit that comes with it, but it would be not as intense as we see with the current system. Just, going out and, picking your fruit or killing the deer or whatever the case may be that someone wants to, use to survive. But I do truly believe that those who are real out there and NPCs, there are good NPCs out there that, they're mostly good. But it's that kind of upper echelon control system that makes things more difficult, along with just culture norms and all the programming to kind of push forward and change an individual from cradle to grave. And either they wake up and question things, or they're just going to be a parasite the rest of their lives, and they're going to wreak havoc on your life and other people around them, or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, I truly believe, the bulk of humanity is at its core good, and the system takes advantage of that. So I really want to thank you for sharing with us today. We do got to take a break. And
no, thank you. I think we've gone way above and beyond, as far as time. So I really am grateful for this opportunity to be able to converse about these things, with you and share.
Sure. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. It was a great talk, and I want to just say really quickly to those who have stepped in between. Let me try and get to the Zoom thing. I don't know where the heck I went. Okay, so while we were having our discussion, it looks like Queen of Swords, David Torres, Urantia came in. So what we're going to do is we'll take a break, and we'll come back and have another discussion. And, thanks again, Pterodactyl. It was great. And I'm glad we had a discussion. So
yeah, thank you too. And thank you for having this channel and for doing this. It's really great.
Thank you. All right. So we'll see each other back here in about 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, my friends, here we go. Alrighty, we are back, my friends. Thank you for your patience. Very much appreciated. Okay, so we're going to head back into the panel. Okay, so who do we got here? We've got Queen of Swords. I've been seeing a number of your comments recently. Appreciate it, and it's good to have you on the show. How you doing tonight? Okay, so I guess well, oh, you there?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you so much. Glad to have you with us tonight.
It's really nice to be here with you guys.
Anything on your mind?
Oh my God, I got so much in my mind. so much. I don't even know where to start.
Yeah.
I don't even know where. I just felt so bad for whenever I hear someone talking about all these fears. It's just sad to me because I know that's exactly what the system wants. They want to keep us in fear. So it's really sad.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I have everyone's at different points in their lives, and I kind of try to look at this realm like, if it's my time, it's my time. And
Exactly.
I just don't think anything else but that. I mean, it's just, I'm not going to buy into the fear programming anymore. I'm just not. It's over.
Because there's really no point. And when you really think about it, we come here with contracts. So if you're meant to live 80 years per se, you're not going to go beyond that. So if you're meant to live 60, 50, whatever, you're not going to go beyond that. That's it. That's as far as you're going to go. You can't really stay longer. So I don't see no point of really living in fear, thinking about that time when the time is going to come and you're going to have to die. It's just, it is what it is. It's going to come one day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think basically the way it works is the birthday and the death day are completely established ahead of time.
They are.
I mean, those are things that are likely set in stone.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. So there's really no point on being so trying to hold on to life, because if you're not meant to stay longer, you're not going to stay longer because your contract is over. It's done. It's like a ride on a Ferris wheel, whatever, one of those rides. It's just for a little bit. And once your turn is over, then you have to go. Mm-hmm. You can't stay longer unless you sign again for another contract. Then,
It might give you a life extension if you're willing to keep going.
Yeah, of course. You I'm sure you can, come back as many times as you want, but it's only for a certain amount of years. And once it's done, it's done. And even and it's really sad. I know it sounds cold, but even the babies, the little ones, when they die, it's because their contract was meant to be just for that short period of time. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's their contract. And if you want to come back, then you can come back and do it again.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
It's difficult. I know it's difficult.
It is. And everyone kind of comes at this information and at different times, and it kind of processes it differently, and it's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not. It's not. Yeah. It takes time. And like you said before, they have to go through the whole grieving process. And part of the process is also the fear is part of it. The fear is part of it. So they have to go through it.
Yeah. I mean, the whole reality is kind of set up that way to make you feed those fears and worry about this, worry about that.
Because that's the whole point of having us here. Yep. Because if they can, I wish people would understand that the reason why they
they throw so many things at us is because they have to trigger certain emotions in us. When they need the energy to be like the vibration, whatever, when they need it to be low, they throw at us a bunch of different things like war and famine, whatever. And that causes panic and fear. So that lowers the vibration. And when they need things to be lighter and better, they give us a break. So everything's good. And they just manipulate our emotions because we are the ones who cause those waves that they call these waves of energy. So all they have to do is just throw different things at us and we react to them. We react, there's panic and everybody's running and trying to do something, but that's the purpose. The purpose is to cause these emotions on us because we are the creators and we create with those emotions. So all they have to do is just send the triggers and we respond to them. And that's how it works. And it works really good.
It does. It does. I mean, that is so well said. It's like not even funny because it really wraps everything up in like a tiny box and exposes it for what it is. They prey on our emotions. They prey on our good side. Our
It's all
compassion,
emotions.
our empathy, all that stuff. They feast off it and they wait for that most opportune moment for us to kind of take the switch. Whatever this realm is presenting us at the time, whether it be, Ukraine or it doesn't matter. Last couple of years, you name it, they throw it out there and they know that they can feast off of us and get to our good
we're
side.
gonna react.
Yeah. I mean, like, what about all that stuff like we saw, a couple of years ago, rat on your neighbors if they're not, putting the thing over their face. All that stuff, oh, it's for the greater good. Call this 1-800 number. I mean, it's for the greater good, right? So that's what you got to do. Your neighbor's got to call that number, or whoever has to call that. Your family has to call that number and rat on you yourself. I mean, this is what's going on is sick, but they feast off of the fear. They feast off of our empathy. They feast off of our compassion, our desire for self-preservation.
Exactly. Yeah, because I mean, I understand we're in a human body, and of course you're gonna experience fear and sadness, whatever, all these things. And I have seen it so many times. Like I notice how, like for example, like when I'm everything is fine, like I'm resting, I'm in bed, whatever, and I feel them when they come and they try to trigger certain things on me. They try to like make you think a lot of like negative stuff and all that until they get you to the point of feeling very depressed and you feel like hopeless and all that. And they do it on purpose. They do it on purpose because they know that they can do that. But once you understand that, it's like you can fight it. I mean, we can fight it. We just have to learn to, not to pay too much attention to them. And when those emotions come to you, you have to kind of like program yourself to remind yourself that it's just something that they do. They do with the purpose of triggering those emotions on you. Yeah. It's not that things are really horrible or whatever. It's just that they want that reaction from you. Yeah. They want that. And we kind of like have to train ourselves to kind of like remind ourselves like, okay, this is just something that they're doing because they want me to react a certain way.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's well said. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, it's just manipulation. It's the same thing they do on the other side.
when we cross over, what do? They do the same things. They show you all these different things so that you can react to those things, guilt or shame or whatever, and they make you react to it.
100%. I mean, it is the guilt, fear, shame matrix. So
yeah, that's what they do. And all you have to do, because the moment your emotions change and you feel guilty or you feel like you could have done better, well, of course you're going to try to change things, and you're going to try to make I should have done this, blah, blah. And once you engage in that, then guess what? You're going to go back to doing it again. Mm-hmm. Because they've got you focused on it. Mm-hmm. So...
Actually, Jenny Hughes says you don't have to save yourself either. It's an interesting comment because in a way that's kind of true, because if you're already kind of connected with yourself and realize the illusions of this whole realm, then theoretically, yes, you can. But that doesn't mean it's just not. I kind of look at it as it not being that simple, at least in terms for me. I'm not saying that's the case for everyone here, but I think it's a good point, because if someone is aware of their true power, maybe more than others or more than us, and their abilities, and that they can transcend this whole experience, then that is the case. I mean, save yourself from what? I mean, it's this whole realm. I mean, if you're buying into the illusion, and most do, then you're saving yourself from yourself. That's what you're saving yourself from. So, yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that in there. You talking, Queen of Swords? Because we can't hear you if you're...
No, it's something that came to me, but no, I can't. Maybe some other time.
Sure. Well, whenever you're ready.
No, I was thinking about what there was someone mentioned something about the aliens and the connection between the aliens and these near-death experiences and all that. And I actually watched in the show, someone was saying that her near-death experience involved, she said they were not angels, they were actually aliens. And I was thinking about that because I feel like it's all connected.
It is.
It's all part of the same. Because the reason why it just hit me so hard, because my mother, she already passed away, but when she was alive, there was this time when she was visiting, and she was very religious. She believed in Jesus and God and all that. And for some reason, I never trusted Jesus. I don't know. I actually felt bad about that, because I feel like I was just being rude and mean, because I was like, why is it that I don't trust Jesus? I don't know. Now I understand why, but back then I didn't understand. But I just learned when she was visiting, and I started talking to her about aliens, because I was reading a book about someone who had an experience with aliens. And I just realized that she was having contact with the Greys. And she told me that day, I noticed that she changed, her expression changed when I was telling her about the book that I was reading. And she told me, those are the ones that come to me at night. And I was like, what do you mean? And she said, yes, those things, those beings come to me at night.
And I was like, are you sure? And she was like, yeah, they always come and they watch me.
Damn.
And yeah, and it was so weird because the crazy thing is that my mom didn't even know anything about aliens. She was very religious. She was always just praying to Jesus and all that. She didn't know anything. We didn't have internet. There was none of that. She didn't know anything about them. And for her to describe them, because she could actually describe them with detail, like what they felt like, what they look like, everything. And I'm like, that's definitely connected, because how did she know about them? How did she know so much about them?
Yeah,
So
she was probably having experiences.
Yeah, she said they always, and I said, but what do they do to you? And she was like, I don't know. They just come to me at night and they watch me and they just watch me. And I said, how do they communicate with you? And she was like, they don't talk. They just communicate with their minds. And I'm like, oh my God. So many people has been seeing these beings, and a lot of people think that they're demons and they're this and that. It's just the same thing. It's all connected.
Absolutely. The whole
same.
link with aliens, or what we perceive to be quote unquote alien abductions, is it lines up so much with NDE'S. It's ridiculous. And then of course you have those out there who, there's two classifications. I talked about this with Oakley in our recent talk, and spoke about it with Wayne Bush too, in our series together. And like the alien thing is like a hot button topic, because some people say, oh well, as soon as you say alien, it's like, oh well, they're from space and they're this or that. Well, no, like my belief is this: like there are too many points that cross over. Like, take the whole bullshit space narrative that we've all been given over time, and replace that with just like the Fae or Bigfoot or whatever, any of these entities that are out there that people, the jinn, and replace that, and they have very similar characteristics, and they cross over with one another. But then, like in modern times, we have something that must be a military abduction. So I think there's two different things going on. I think there's like a military abduction aspect where they can kind of reproduce an experience that seems like an alien abduction. And then there's the Matrix version of it, where it can seem like an alien abduction. But because the characteristics cross over with NDE'S, many times, even breakthrough trip reports like DMT, ayahuasca, those that really have those breakthrough experiences, they can meet what they feel to be aliens. And it's just all part of this matrix construct we live in. So, take the whole bullshit of space and toss it aside, but don't discount it, because all these people, again, like, you got to say to yourself, are all these people lying? And they're just not. There's just too much out there.
Yeah, definitely. I know they are experiencing those things. It's just that they don't understand it, and we just barely trying to understand what it is and how things connect. And I definitely feel that they do connect with each other. It's part of the same. It's part of the same thing,
Because if you look into the ancient civilizations and how there is like evidence that they were communicating with these beings, and you realize that they're always been there. They're always been communicating with humans in one way or another. So they're always been there. So it's not like they came from outer space and they left, they came back. No, they're always been there.
Yeah. Yeah, they've always been there, and they've been throughout culture. They're just they have the same qualities, but they just look different, or the experience is slightly off a bit. But people basically have an out-of-body experience. So again, you have the out-of-body experiencer who believes that they are being abducted by an alien entity, and then you have military abductions. I mean, but the interesting thing about the whole alien thing is, in my opinion, I'm not saying this is definitely what happened, but for those that have looked into Crowley and Lamb and that whole mess, it seems like he was the one who kind of initiated and brought into our world the archetype of the gray alien. I mean, you look at the image that was sketched out and published in his book.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It looks like a gray alien. And
Yeah,
you know, the time in which that book was published, and compare it with when the experiencers started going through their experiences with these types of entities that resemble the grays, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like point blank in your face. So it seems like Crowley brought these entities into the world through his rituals. So I'm just saying, can I say with any certainty? No, because I never met a gray alien, and I never, I wasn't around 100 years ago to say anything, or 70 years ago to say anything. But I mean, I do know that the gray alien archetype didn't exist until fairly recently. You can look through mythology and all sorts of things, and you're not going to find it. It's a new archetype that was, new representation that was brought into this reality. And I think personally that whole connection with Crowley was like the catalyst for bringing it to us. You can never say with any certainty, but that's my gut feeling on it.
It's possible. Yeah.
I mean, I just, the whole gray thing, if we had some sort of reference before he was around, then, maybe, you could just toss it all away. But it seems like he was, planted here for that purpose, to do all sorts of messed up things and bring all sorts of really messed up rituals.
To summon those creatures.
Yeah, well, maybe to summon them and bringing them into the Matrix. Maybe it's I kind of look at, if you kind of go into the characteristics of the grays, they're consistently described as robotic, or they're consistently described as, no emotion. They just don't care what they're doing to the person experiencing or they're around. They just don't care the outcome of what the person around them experiences. So it could be negative, it could be positive, but it's usually negative. And they could care less. They don't care. But I mean, they're, you know, I put out there, like, you know, find us an account where there's, you know, multiple depictions of gray aliens that existed before Crowley's summoning or transference of Lamb and the gray alien archetype. I mean, it really seems to stem from him. It seems like he is the one that brought that into our world. And I could be completely wrong, but it really seems to point that way. And, you know, the whole government aspect, the fact that he was, I mean, we can go on forever. I mean, the fact that he was linked to L. Ron Hubbard and linked to Jack Parsons and that whole crew, with the occult organization known as NASA. I mean, it goes on and on and on. You know, so I probably should leave it there. But yeah.
Yeah, one way or another, I feel like, to me, the way I see it is like I see them as just like workers. They just send them to do certain things and I don't think they're like that important. It's just they just send them to do certain things. But I mean, I don't think they're the ones in charge or anything like that. I think it's just kind of like the watchers. They're just watching us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't think they're in charge either. Really, yeah, not those.
Yeah, things, I don't think so.
They're just
because they seem to
drones.
Just come and watch. Yeah, it's kind of like just to supervise, I guess.
Or like fulfill duties contained within the life script of someone.
Yeah, something like that.
Anyways, yeah, we'll move on from the whole gray alien thing. But yeah, the whole, I mean, really quickly, the crossover between abduction research and you know, alien experience, quote unquote alien regressions and past life regressions and near-death experiences. I mean, it is ridiculous how the characteristics of them tell a story and connect them all. So I think, yeah, it's probably best to kind of leave this topic at that point, but it's one of those areas that I really like to dive into because I feel like I can't talk about it sometimes because, you know, people get triggered. It's like, as soon as you say alien, it's like, okay, shut it off. It's over. That's it. He believes in space. He believes in ETs and this, that. No, I just believe they're matrix constructs that were, you know, put forth.
Some people get mad because they say that they're our brothers and blah blah blah.
Oh,
it's like yeah. I don't think that we should be trusting any of those things.
Hell no.
For as long as we are here stuck in this situation, I don't think that we can go around trusting anything because we're not in a good position to trust anything. Because first of all, we're just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with us. So how can you just trust anything that comes to you? Kind of like trying to, hey, tell you what to do. Like, hey, come with me and I'll help you. But how can you trust anything? We're just trying to figure out what's going on with us. So I don't think we are in that position to trust any aliens or any beings coming to us and trying to guide us in any way. I don't think it's wise to do that.
Hell no.
No.
Forget all that. All right. So, yeah, we'll move past the alien thing,
Yeah.
quote unquote alien thing, but it's great to kind of talk about it because I think it's an important aspect to all this, and it can't be overlooked. I wouldn't even talk about it if it was bullshit, but I mean, it just seems like there's these entities out there that are part of the Matrix construct, part of likely the soul script of someone who's fast asleep, and it just kind of initiates with that person who experiences it, and that's it. And they cross over with those. Again, I'll just say it one more time. They cross over with NDE'S. They cross over with the trip reports, and it's amazing to see that crossover. And it just kind of goes to what you were saying, Queen of Swords, how they're just part of the construct, the reality construct that we see. Same. That's it. Yeah.
It's part of the same, yeah. Interesting. There's so many other things. Maybe next time I would like to share something that happened to me.
Yeah, how about we do that? What I'm gonna do is head to David Torres and then Urantia, and then I'll circle back to you if you want to share. Hopefully we'll have some time to do so. If not, we can do it next time. It's great to have you on, though.
Next time. It's good to be here, guys.
Yeah, thank you for sharing with us. Okay, so David Torres, first time today. Good to have you with us. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Good.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, cool. So there's one thing that's been on my mind lately, and that's the grieving process of like once you learn all of this information. Because recently, about 6 months ago, my father had passed away, but at that time I was kind of like in a different mind space than what I am now, as far as really accepting this paradigm about like the reincarnation soul trap. I was very much into the New Age, but I don't know, I had a lot of experiences with astral projection, but after he died, like he had, or what I believed is that he came to visit me quite a few times, and I even got a psychic medium. And because like I had said, I had been astral projecting. Well, I'm 24 right now. I've been astral projecting since I was like 16. So I thought with the death of my father, it would be a really great opportunity to like explore this aspect and to try to connect him in that way. But so I went through like the typical grieving process, and then I found some healing in a way, and that I thought I was able to connect with him. And so I was good for a little bit, but then, I came across this information and it just kind of fucked me even harder. So it was like kind of starting over the whole process of like dealing with grief and just kind of how messed up this world is. Now it's like I'm completely questioning, like, so if I was deceived in the astral realms, then it's like sort of my whole thought process is around grieving, this kind of having to like reevaluate everything. And it's been pretty difficult because it's like, it feels like I'm starting from square one, and it's just like a knife's just been jabbed into my heart again. I'm like, fuck, man. It just seems like it never ends,
Okay. Actually, my mic was muted. I apologize. So nobody
I can hear
heard
you
what
now.
I was. Yeah, I know.
I just heard
You
you.
guys could hear it, but the audience
Oh.
couldn't. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I had it muted in my streaming software.
All right.
Sorry, my friends. So yeah, David. My heart goes out to you for what you've had to deal with. This is kind of one of those areas where discussing it is difficult, but I like to be as upfront and blunt as possible. I mean, I talked with mothers and fathers who lost their children and wanted some sort of guidance that, you know, I didn't even feel comfortable in providing, but I'm always willing to talk to someone who's gone through that, because I went through that. So I was there with my own father. And I don't know if you ran across some of my talks where like I came to a strong realization about the soul trap and had this insane awakening. Like, even though I knew it in the back of my head for a long time that it was happening, like I there was something that I needed to prove to myself, but all of that was occurring while my dad was terminally ill with a very messed up and rare brain disease. And I couldn't communicate with him, but along the way I felt like I was, in some weird way. It's hard to describe. You can't put it into words, but you felt like there was some guidance there.
Yeah.
And so leading up to his death, I knew when he was going to die. I knew without a doubt. I mean, it was like somehow ingrained and messaged to me that, okay, Dad's going to die. Get your ass up there to visit him one last time. And so that was like the night before. I dreamt of him and had all sorts of crazy shit going on. And I went up there and actually, let me rewind a little bit. I was going through NDE'S and sitting. I mean, I've talked about this moment before, like where I was sitting on my bed, going through NDE'S, and again, like something inside me knew damn well that the soul trap thing was going on, and that this whole situation we're dealing with was deception. But, it's like you don't really want to jump to conclusions with something that huge. You want to kind of take your time.
Yeah. No,
like
completely.
Even though like I felt deep within me that it was happening, I just still didn't want to acknowledge it. And like I needed overwhelming proof. Like, and I just needed to plow through, I don't know, 1,000 NDEs or 800 NDEs, whatever it was. And so there was this one NDE that just smashed me right before he died. And I sat there and I said, holy shit, it really is a trap. I was like, this whole thing, this whole reality is based around this whole concept of keeping us here and recycling us here and the memory wipe and yada, yada, yada. And so then like, not much time goes by after that where I go up to him And like, I just have this inner knowing that he's going to die. You got to get your ass up there. That's all I knew. It's like, he's going to die. Go up, do it now. And so I wake up, I go up there, take the drive, hour plus drive or hour and a half, whatever it was. And all I see is death along the way. Dead squirrels, dead raccoons, and then I go and see him, and my family's there, and I ask my family to clear the room. I just want to be with him alone. He's incapable of communicating. And there's like a Bible sitting like on the far end corner, and put the Bible away. Like, it's just kind of disgusted me in that moment that it was even there.
Right.
I mean, it's almost like the perfect setup. And I tell him, I say, Dad, like, I have this very, very strong inner knowing, this suspicion that, this whole realm is a deception. It's a trap. And I go, you've basically been borderline comatose for a year or two, and I feel you should know that. And he starts, tearing down his eyes. And, I didn't really get a response, but I felt like as soon as I said that, that's when he teared. But to kind of rewind, like he was in this state for a while, like before his deathbed. And I felt almost like he was kind of helping me along for the ride. But then at the same time, I felt like it was me, like my true spirit essence kind of connecting with it and guiding me. I mean, I know I'm kind of rambling, but this reality is really fucked up. It
is.
So because like part of me like connected in that moment when the tear was going down his eye, and like thinking like, okay, maybe he gets it and this and that, and like this is why I think telling him that was to my benefit, or not to my benefit, to his benefit, at least to my inner knowing, I guess I should say. Like, okay, so when he mind you, I drove back after that, like about an hour and 10-minute drive or something without traffic. And there was, like, right at my exit, there was a human fatality with a Jeep. And I saw this weird freaking thing race across the sky and beam into this Jeep that it looked like a soul being sucked out of a car. Okay. And then it whisked away, like in some offward angle. And then I came and later found out that it was a neighbor down the street, like a couple streets away. And this is all in the same time my dad is dying. I mean, within hours. And so I go to sleep, I mean, and don't think about it. And I wake up before he died. I wake up before he died, and I see I hear a whoosh, like across my window. And it wakes me up. I look outside, and I see like this kind of, I don't know, like halo-ish thing kind of go by the window. And I just felt like I just knew within me that my dad had died. But what's weird is that he really didn't, at least medically, die for a few hours after that. But I felt like that was his final goodbye and yada yada. But a lot of people feel their loved ones for many days, weeks, months, hours. That was all I got. I truly felt that what I told him that night before about the whole soul trap thing, that he escaped this place. and that maybe that tear was like, okay, yeah, hey son, I was trying to tell you this, you know, in my own way while I was, you know, borderline comatose for a year. You know, I mean, that's what I want to think. I don't know if it's true,
right.
but
We all want to think that.
Yeah, but you know, it's
That's
just
kind of
weird.
where the mind fuck comes in. It's like, are we coping or? But I mean, how much benefit do we have in dwelling on these things that we really can't know, because sort of knowing how this place operates and how deep the deception goes, we can quite literally just tell ourselves that everything can be a deception. So it's like, it's kind of like that Spider-Man meme, you know, where there's like 5 of them and they're all pointing a gun at each other.
Good point. I like that one. I like that. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like what I like to think about my father, because he was a stubborn asshole in good and bad ways. And I'd like to think that he didn't get bamboozled into another go at this place. But I feel like it's really important to have very strong foundations and to really try our best to not be too shaken up by this place, because I mean, without a doubt, it can do a tremendous amount of damage to us. And which leads me into my next sort of thing that I've been thinking about is what happens to us here. Is it like, how important is it to the next place we go? Is it something that we should be focusing on, or is it like when we pass over, we just instantly enter into this nirvana state where all of our human suffering and the emotions and problems that we experience just dissipate? Or is it like we need to really work on ourselves here to make sure that we're set, you know, in the next endeavor, or once we leave the body, you know?
I think the Matrix tries to make us think that we've got to go to a certain place after here. You know, I don't believe in the whole, you know, Earth is a school narrative. I mean, we kind of talked about the technicalities earlier, how, you know, yeah, I mean, technically we can say Earth is a school that, you know, you've got to learn to, you know, liberate yourself from. Right. Sure, fine, let's put that aside. But with the exception of that, I don't see the whole school narrative playing through. And I feel any sort of, you know, bending of the knee to something that isn't ourselves is just too risky. The way I kind of put it is that, you know, I don't know. I really don't know. All I know is, like, you know, I see deception all around me. I see a deception all around the astral and all those constructs. And I say, okay, you know, sovereignty and liberation, you know, through our intention seems, you know, in not interacting with any of this stuff seems to be the safest plan when we leave here. You know, how that all plays out, I don't know. I have no clue, but, you know, I'd rather play it safe than, you know, roll the dice.
100%.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And that's another thing too, is like, once we go beyond this place, I feel like the work we do here is pretty important, or the awareness that we develop of ourselves. Because if we suddenly get memories flooding back to us of what we were or what we are capable of, I don't know. I don't think anyone knows, but I think our best bet would to be, you know, to gain experience, right? And like astral projecting, or just bringing our will into this reality is sort of like a practice, you know, because I mean, the process of creation in this third dimensional reality is inherently difficult, and it's often very painful. So I guess in that sense, yeah, I guess if you're looking for a lesson or some lessons to be extracted, it's there. And I think if we can really get a grasp on this place, it does have the potential to help us out when we leave. But again, it's like, I guess it would be sort of like an insurance policy.
Yeah, good. I like
Like,
that.
You don't want to
that.
you want to do everything you can, really.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, like, I still put on the table, like, we were talking with Oakley in the conversation a week or so ago. I leave on the table that, some of the astral realms could be completely fine and on the up and up. I mean, but am I willing to risk it? Absolutely not. Like, no way, shape, or form. But if I get through the process of regaining my memories, like, I know my origins, I know every single little thing that I've done, and that all comes back to me, and I realize this is like the key part, realizing our strengths and our weaknesses. Like, we don't even know what those are. I mean, if we ended up here, we have to really thoroughly question ourselves where those weaknesses are. Now, was it all voluntary? Probably. Were we lured in here? Maybe. Probably. I don't know. But, am I willing to roll the dice and just, immediately bow down to something that claims it's God or Jesus or Muhammad or Buddha or family members? No. I truly feel that transcending this whole experience kind of washes away the whole visual aspect of things, like the whole auditory. It's just like this pure, concentrated, pure existence. That's what I truly feel like the most basic existence is. And maybe we kind of veered off or got sucked into certain things at certain times for someone else's benefit. But, who knows how deep it goes? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing too, like just sort of exploring the possibilities of how we ended up here. And what the implications would be if we got bamboozled into coming here. That would imply that our souls aren't really as evolved as we might think they are. Instead of
sure
thinking that like we don't belong here. But not to say that people don't get put into prison unjustly, because sure, that does happen. Just looking at like normal society and how people end up in prison, they commit crimes, they do stupid things. I mean, maybe on some level we did that. And
sure,
I believe us being in this place for however long we've been here, whether it's been a million incarnations or however, I think learning how to escape this can, in a way, provide an immense amount of growth for our soul, even though that may not be the original intention of this place. I believe that it is something that we can take upon ourselves to make the most out of our situation and why we're here. Just how we do in our everyday lives. You end up in a shitty situation, a shitty job, kind of like a bit of Stoic philosophy. I mean, we can't change where we are now. I mean, we're here. Do we belong here? It's sort of like getting into philosophical territory, but like, what people say is you are where you're supposed to be. Does that apply to here? Like, are we really supposed to be here?
Well, I mean, I guess it like you kind of have to draw the line between like fully knowledgeable consent versus kind of being lured into kind of like what I talked about with Wayne Bush, how maybe there's like this energy emitting feeling out there that is just kind of pulsing throughout, we can call it the multiverse, and it's attractive, and it makes souls, spirits kind of like curious, and you keep going forward and forward and forward, and that intention keeps building and building and building. That intention turns into consent, and then you kind of reach these, we can call them the pearly gates of the astral, that kind of lead to Earth or lead within this whole matrix system. But who the heck knows? We have no clue. I mean, I remember Wayne saying like, oh, like it could be some bullshit, like, you're hanging out with, you're hanging out with someone and they're saying, I bet you don't have enough balls to go and incarnate on Earth.
Right.
And they say,
Right,
okay, motherfucker, I'm going to Earth. You know, I mean, it could be something. Who knows what the hell it is? It could be some ego trip, and we just fell for it. I don't know. I mean, we're here.
I don't believe it's completely off the table, because if we are to accept the fact that we are these eternal, infinite beings, what is a million years compared to eternity? Just a little, just a little ride through Earth prison. It kind of goes back to exploring the idea of what it would be like to be the source, like us in our original form, that 0.0 awareness. Now, people would say that being all infinite, all knowing would get kind of boring after a while. And you would want to go off and experience something. So any experience other than nothing is something, is still nothing. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, when Wayne talked about how stripping that inner knowing, that full awareness of everlasting existence, and exchanging it for not knowing, I mean, that could be appealing. It's hard to put ourselves in that in our shoes right now, given that we're here and scrutinizing the system up and down. But at the same time, if you don't recall those decisions, then, who knows?
Right. I think it's really important to not allow ourselves to be harmed by this place, and to really take a step back and recognize our true essence. Because I notice there are a lot of people in this community, not just your YouTube channel, but just in general, who they start exploring this idea, and then they become kind of like jaded and really like cynical, and just kind of develop a nasty attitude towards life. But what I feel is that underneath all that cynicism is really a lot of pain, emotional pain, just trauma of kind of like PTSD, shock and awe, from that
what it is.
Initial moment of you learning the truth about this place is still sending shock waves that you still haven't accepted the reality and made peace with it. I'm not saying that we have to be okay with what this place is, but we have to learn, to get on with ourselves and heal ourselves and recover from this experience, and not have it be like this traumatic thing. Once we leave this earth, we think back about our time here and shudder, and it just brings us this immense pain. But really making peace with what's happened here, or what might have happened.
I wish we could clip that. That was really great, David.
Yeah, because I remember you saying on a previous show that we really can't take this place too seriously.
Mm-hmm. We can't.
Because what else do we have?
It is what it is, too, right? I mean, it's a clown show, but it still is what it is. We're here till we're here, till we're not here.
Yeah, absolutely. And something I found that really helped or has been helping me a lot is Stoic philosophy. And I mean, I'm sure most people here are familiar with it, but focusing on the things that we can control and focusing solely on those, because everything else is just pointless.
Yeah. I love it.
What can we control? We can control our perception about the things that happen to us, our reaction, and the thoughts that we allow ourselves to entertain. Because ultimately, I don't want to come out of this place a damaged person. When I leave this place, I want to be laughing and be like, fuck, that was crazy, but I'm never going back.
Hell yeah, brother. That's great. I love it. Yeah, I really like your approach, and I think it's important that everyone hear that. Excuse me. And I'm just kind of looking over to my right and seeing a book on Plato and Plato's cave, and I mean that really is what we're dealing with. Like, we're kind of in this position where we're in the cave and given a certain narrative, except the cave is really big, really wide, and we can kind of traverse the cave with a car or get on a plane or do whatever we want to do and give that perception to ourselves that we have this wide open space to work with, and we do. Mm-hmm. But is if you're aware of it, you've cracked the code. You've figured out the game to all of it. So what makes you happy? I mean, that's really like the big question everyone needs to ask. What makes you happy? What makes you enjoy? What are the small things or the big things that make you enjoy day-to-day life? For me, it really is. It's about getting sun, getting out into nature, taking walks. And, I'm not going to go too much on a tangent about this, but if, and this is a big if, and I don't necessarily believe it or disbelieve it, I'm just kind of in the middle of just saying, if this place was in fact invaded by an outside force that took control of it, and that maybe, just maybe, this place was just here for the experience purpose alone at some point, and some outside force, some parasitic outside force came in and took it over. Maybe this whole place was just meant to be like a playground for us to enjoy. It's to try something different, I've talked about this a couple times, but there were some regressions that I had. One in particular that was huge a few years back. And in the regression, I felt like I was here on Earth on the West Coast, somewhere in like Northern California, somewhere in that area. And I felt like I was here as an etheric being, like where I was borderline, like part human, part etheric, if that makes any sense. Like I had a human type shape, but
Right.
I have these weird memories of being here in that form. And everything seemed okay. Like it was fine. But maybe I only had limited perception within the confines of that body, just like we have limited perceptions within the confines of this body, the meat suit. I don't know. But it felt, it's one of the deepest connections I have. And, so make of it what you will. But it didn't feel like there was this big control structure going on when I had that type of body. But, if perception is limited in that type of body that I had, then all bets are off. I mean, maybe it's been like this the whole time. I don't know. The point is you got to just move on and just say, okay, fuck this place. It is what it is. And I'm going to live my life and try to be as happy as I can. Because otherwise, who's winning? The system. We know the whole loosh thing. We know the whole negative extraction and, all the different things that come along with it. Enough is enough.
Exactly. I am kind of like within the same camp as you, is that, I think anyone can look around at Earth, outside Earth in its natural form, its most pure form that has not been touched by man. Any corner of the Earth that you go to, that is just raw nature. It is absolutely beautiful, without a doubt. There's just something inherently divine and loving about it, something that is so far beyond any energy that humanity as a whole is on. We're so far removed from that, but I really have a hard time believing that this place was designed with the sole intention of being a prison.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was headed with what I was talking about. The whole construct of nature, yes, it can destroy and hurt and mess you up, but it can heal you in so many ways it's not even funny. So who's to say that, there are some books out there that talk about, a time on Earth where, all these storms and nature wasn't, messed with. And, I'm not saying they're true and I'm not saying they're not, but, there's some indication out there that maybe there was a time in Earth's history where weather wasn't even a factor. But there's no way to sit here and say, okay, yeah, that's absolutely true. We didn't live there. We didn't, we have no memory of it at least. But I can say without a doubt that you can go out in the nature, you can go out and get sun, you can go and walk and do meditation and do mindfulness practice and get out there and you can heal. You can feel good about yourself and it'll help your day-to-day life. There is no doubt about it.
The very least we can do.
Yeah.
And I think it's really a wonderful thing to, learn what this place has become. And once you know the truth, then you can go at things with sort of a lighthearted nature and enjoy this place for what it was originally intended for. And usually that's far away from any society undisturbed. Because I mean, everything that society wants us to be is, to keep us coming back here. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I enjoy doing here on Earth. I'm not particularly in a rush to get out of this place, or am I hating my life every day? Like, I love to go surfing. I love mountain biking. I mean, there's a whole host of things that I haven't tried here, but does that necessarily mean that I'm addicted to the physicality of this earth? No, I don't think so.
No, because you'll just let it go, right? When
right.
the time comes.
It's like a butterfly lands on your hand. You look at the butterfly, it's beautiful, it's pretty. And when it flies off, you let it go. Just how we should be letting our bodies go on this earth go when the time comes. I think that's really, can we learn to enjoy things without attaching to them?
Yeah. That was really, really great, David. I like that a lot. The healing elements in nature is outweighs the negatives. It just does. But I mean, of course, you can live in certain climates that are worse than others, and this and that. But even when I lived in the northeastern U.S., and I'm telling you, come October, like, we had great summers. It was clear, perfect. Okay, and I would get out there and take advantage of it as much as possible. But come October, end of October, it would be gray and nasty and crappy, shitty to the max extent for many months. And, I still, no matter what the temperature was, if it was, 30 or, 20 degrees, I didn't care. I would put on my jacket and still walk the trails and get out there. And it would help. I mean, it was really like a huge part of my existence, and still is, even though, like, I live down south now in Florida, where the weather is much better. But, in the summer, I mean, like, it's kind of like I went from two extremes. I went from, like, the overcast, nasty days, in the fall through the winter. And then I came down here and, like, even though most of the winter is great, come in the summer, it's very difficult to get out there. But I still push myself to do it because I recognize those healing modalities that are in nature, like getting that fresh air. Even just I just came back from a camping trip for 5 nights. And but put that aside, like, if you can go outside and take a cot or a hammock that has a mosquito net in the middle of the summer, set it up. You sleep out in nature for a night and breathe in that fresh air. I promise you, anyone listening, you will feel better the next day. Now, your back might ache a little bit and yada, yada, all that shit. I mean, it just kind of comes with territory. But overall, you'll feel rejuvenated. And that's, like, kind of where the rubber meets the road with, like, is Earth all evil and negative? No, it's not, because you can help yourself. We can all help ourselves by getting out there, and realizing that nature can heal, can help us. I mean, think about all the herbs that can help us that are out there. I mean, all these pharmaceutical companies, what do you think they do? They take the plant and they synthesize it and flip it and sell it. that's what they're doing. They're using nature and flipping it and adding all sorts of fucked up shit to it, but they're using the base of most pharmaceuticals come from nature. Okay, so that's enough.
Yeah.
That's kind of rant there.
No. I agree. I mean, there are many gifts out in nature that are just waiting for us to use them. And I don't believe it's all doom and gloom here in this earth. I mean, like I was saying earlier, it's really easy to get cynical, like once you wake up to the reality of this place. But I mean, once you do, you're kind of faced with two options of what you choose to focus on and how you choose to live your life. Is sure, I mean, I can look out into this world and I can find a million things that are fucked up with it. But I can also look out at the same time and I can find a million things that are absolutely beautiful. I mean, both of them are there, but it's like, what do you choose to focus on? And I don't think it's burying your head in the sand and being ignorant. It's not that at all. But like, why would you want to focus all of your energy on the negative? I mean, it would just absolutely consume you and destroy you. Just like I know, well, I mean, a very basic example, there's kids starving in Africa right now. Since I was born, there's been immense suffering going on, but am I going to constantly concern myself with that every day and just allow myself to be tormented by the suffering that other beings are going through?
I like that. Yeah, nobody deserves to suffer more than they should.
Right.
And we all have at least some control of that at the end of the day. And even if there's some financial things involved with it, you can still improve your conditions over time. And get yourself to the point of being more content within the environment that you're in. Whether it's kind of moving a couple towns away or, and kind of, or just, not living as, not spending as much every month and putting a couple bucks aside each month to try and get you to where you want to be, or at least where you think you'll be a little more better and outside of a situation that may be negative. I mean, all these different options are available. It's just a matter of how bad you want it. I mean, and are you willing to sacrifice if you need to?
Right. I mean, you can learn what the game is about and you can learn to play the game just how they are playing the game, or you can learn what the game is about and choose to be a victim, which I don't think is beneficial for anyone. Why would anyone willingly choose to be a victim?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, yeah, this place is very difficult. It literally eats people alive. Souls come here and they stay here for a very long time. And it is a very dark place. I'm absolutely not denying that reality. But I mean, what are we going to do about it? Are you going to let this place beat you into the ground? And are you going to stay there? Or are you going to take some of your sovereignty back?
Really enjoyed this conversation, David. It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it, and I hope people are listening to me speak. So I mean, I guess it's not too bad. But yeah, thanks for having me on. It's nice to have a platform to discuss these things, and I'm a really big fan of your channel.
You, my friend. It's Yeah, I mean, really, kind of this whole segment where we talked was about solutions. It's about bettering ourselves as best we can, and I'm really, really happy that you chose to call in and we talked about this, because living in the pits of hell within this reality is just not the way to live. It's just not the path.
We've all been there long enough, and I think a lot of us are tired of it.
Yeah. So well done, man.
I'll give the stage to whoever else wants to go and share their views. Definitely in the future, I'd be keen to come on again, and I think it's really cool talking to you and talking to everyone here, even in the chat down below. I do quite enjoy the conversations that go on in the chat.
Yeah, there's a lot of good people here, a lot of smart people, or smart souls, spirits, whatever you want to call it. And the chat is just incredible, and really appreciate you calling in, David. So what we're going to do is take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to head on over to your rancha to probably finish off the night after that. So
all right, good deal. Thanks again for having me on, and have a good night, everyone, or morning, wherever you guys are.
Almost 3 a.m. on my end.
Okay.
My eyes are getting droopy, but that's all right. We'll keep going a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right, David. Thank you so much again,
See
man.
you guys.
Appreciate it, brother. All right, so we'll see you back here in about 5 minutes, my friends. And thank you so much for hanging in there. And see you soon. friends. Okay, coming back. All right. Thank you for your patience, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. We're headed into our last segment, and woo. Okay. Before I move on, I want to thank Mike Alien for a $10 super chat. Much love, my friend. Saw one of your comments, which was great. He said, "I am so excited to become a knowledgeable being again." Yeah, me too, my friend. Me too. An enemy of 322. Been a member for 2 months. Sends a message, says, "We should definitely have a Last Timers Island and make it an NPC exclusion zone." Yes, that would be great. Think about that type of thing often, and how, you know, we deserve that, but it's you know, the Matrix just sets up in a way to just is what it is. So, but if there's any white knight out there, you never know. I'm always willing to entertain things and for the greater good, but as long as no culty themes associated with it. Like, the way I look at it, the perfect scenario would be something like you know, where like you have a nice big plot of land, multiple acres. Everyone has their own little area to chill in, and then we just get together every once in a while to kind of help out each other. But, you know, like exchange food, you know, shoot the shit, pass along philosophical ideas, etc. But, you know, it's kind of got that culty vibe attached to it. So, and something I've kind of learned along the way is that most people who are awake, like, they get by and then they do their own thing, but most of us don't have kind of money to do something like that. But how great would it be to have our own island and be NPC free? But that's all right. We're doing just fine, my friends, and we'll be all right. Okay, so let me see. Chat is all red. Let's see. Come on. Why does it look like that? All right, hopefully that fixes the color, because this thing changes color all the time. I try to set it up where it's always the same color, but it just doesn't want to listen to me. So anyways, let's get back into this and kind of finalize out the night. All right, so I wanted to welcome your Rancha to the show once again, and glad you're here with us. Anything you wanted to say in our closing moments? All right, we'll give your ranch a little bit longer. And otherwise, I would like to open the floor to everyone else who has been here. And we've talked with pretty much everybody. So I don't know if anyone has any closing thoughts on the show tonight. You're more than welcome to unmute and we'll have some last conversations before we close things out for the night. So all right, maybe that'll be it for this evening. Possibly. Didn't mean to leave everybody hanging, but alrighty. So I guess we'll leave it at that. It's been a enjoyable show, my friends. Thank you so much. And hey, Mary.
Hey, I just want to real quickly just say thank you to you, Mark, because you brought a bunch of people together and we can share our knowledge. And I think everyone in the live chat and everyone that's part of this community would agree with me that we're just so grateful to you. So thank you. I know you spend a lot of time and energy to put all this together, but it means the world to so many of us. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Very welcome. Yeah, many hours behind the scenes, but I do it because I just think it's the right thing to do, and it's the more like I have high morals and ethics, and I see something wrong with this whole reality, and I think it's important that everyone and anyone knows about it. So, like 99.9% of the content that I put out is free, with the exceptions of, some member videos, and just to spread the word far and wide. I mean, that's really the number one goal. So thank you, Mary. Hey, Igor. Solomon, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I've been going through some of your emails and a bit worried about you, my friend. We got to get you out of that situation. So, all right. We'll talk about that. I'd like to talk to you on a voice call sometime. See what we can do. Anyways, yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. And it's been a really good show. Really, really appreciate each and every one of you for joining me tonight, and we'll see y'all again soon. So just as a reminder, levels 2 and 3 of the Last Timers Club tomorrow we'll be meeting for our monthly members live stream. That'll be Sunday, March 27th, 2022 at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that will got some great things planned. And so yeah, we'll see you then. And then just so everybody else knows, Mary, who was supposed to be here last night or yesterday afternoon, is coming on April 2nd at, I believe we're scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Time, but you can go to the homepage of the channel and you should see a link already there if you'd like to set a reminder. And of course, there are the, channel memberships available, and I have Stream Elements as a way if anyone would like to support the channel through donations. Again, no information will ever be withheld in exchange for money. Anything that is urgent and in need of knowing will be ever withheld in exchange for money. So that's really, really important to put out there so everyone knows. It's just basically the options that are out there are ways for some of you who are interested to have a more like personalized connection and some additional content. But you know, I try to mix up the topics each month and keep it fresh and different and new, but relevant to what this channel is all about. So I'll leave it at that. And then of course I have, I mean, you saw what happened with the video I did the other day about the man, Maxwell Smart, and how that all went down. So please consider subscribing to the YouTube backup channels number 2 and 3. And I'm still getting messages from every week. I get it. How, you know, some of you aren't receiving notifications for the channel. The only solution I know of is to set the bell to all. And even then, I'm not even going to say it works, but that's the only solution I got. And then there's also the Discord server. We opened like a month or so back. And you can find that in the description tab, as well as some of my more recent videos. Maybe Jimmy, you can, if you're still around, you can pop up the Discord server link for people. And then, of course, anyone who wants to join the panels in the future, once you get voice verified through the mod team, then you're good to go. You don't have to ever worry about it again. And you'll be sent links to join us on the day of if you wish to join. So but you know, notices will go out, and all you got to do is reach out to us and let us know you're interested. So okay, and then there's also D Live, which I recently opened, and I'll be doing exclusive live streams over there every once in a while. And then there is Odyssey, and where all my content is transferred over there, as well as some exclusive live streams, which I've already done. And there's a Twitter, Instagram, and all that happy stuff. So just check the description if you're interested. And again, I thank you all so very much. And feel free to join the Discord afterwards and hop in the main voice section if you guys want to chat. I think it's important for us to talk. I don't know if I'll be there. I may pop in, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's good that all of us are kind of out there talking and kind of bouncing ideas off each other. And the Discord server is a really, really good place to do that. And we will have a new home in the future. But for now, that's where we're at. And everyone is welcome, so feel free to use the Discord link. And I would like to also thank Jimmy for his efforts tonight. As always, very much appreciated, brother. And yeah, you're the man. Thank you, everybody. And we'll see each other again very soon. Take care.